Hello everybody, and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're talking about January of 2026. Folks, what a month! What a month January is gonna be! Let me walk you through it. We've got some really cool days coming up, astrologically speaking, obviously, such as the 6th of January, such as the 17th of January, maybe also the 15th of January, the 21st of January. These are some of my absolute favorite dates this month. The one day, or let's call it time frame, that I want to sort of make you aware of when it comes to potentially more challenging energies is the 27th of January, give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after, when Mars is going to conjunct Pluto. I also want to draw your attention to the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th of January, especially the 9th and the 10th, when the Sun and Mars will oppose Jupiter in Cancer. So 27th of January, and also 9th, 10th of January, give or take a few days before, a few days after. These are potentially some of the more challenging periods of the month. There is a very strong possibility of big arguments, intense arguments, destructive fights, potentially destructive action, especially around the 27th of January. Now, destruction sometimes can be useful. Let's say you are tearing down a wall, if you want to expand your home, if you want to make your house bigger. But destruction can also mean crisis. It can bring challenges. It can be very destabilizing. There can also be fights that escalate, especially around the 9th, 10th of January, that are taken to a whole new different level, especially arguments. When I say fights, I'm referring mostly to kind of like arguments, verbal kind of conflicts, arguments over beliefs, worldviews, politics, religion, spirituality, education. There can be big challenges on the travel front around the 9th, 10th of January. There might be this sort of like energy that feels very, not just disruptive, but that feels very annoying, very frustrating, very irritating around these times. It's not going to be like that for everyone, but I do want to call out these particular periods. But like I said, there's actually plenty of days in January that I really like. But hey, as astrologers, I do believe it is our job to make people aware of the cosmic weather. And like the normal weather, it's not always sunshine out there. Sometimes it rains, sometimes it pours, sometimes there's hail, sometimes there's a storm. And I think we can best deal with life when we have knowledge, because knowledge is power. And when we are able to channel the energies to sort of create our future with the help of this knowledge, with the kind of understanding of these energies, so that we are not blindsided ultimately, so that we are not at the mercy of external factors, so that we don't simply react to life, but we create life. Now, before we go into the most important dates of January, which I have already sort of like hinted towards, I've already mentioned some of the most important dates. I want to mention, especially for those of you who are new to my channel, that I'm a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients on a day-to-day basis. I consider it my mission to help people reconnect with their soul's intentions, and to also help you make more aligned choices from a timing perspective. Cosmic timing is everything, if you ask the astrologer. So if you're asking yourselves right now, if you're wondering, what is my purpose? Where should I channel my energy? What do I need to be aware of in specific sectors of my life, be it relationships, be it financial, be it career? Why is this happening to me? Let's say you're going through a challenging time. Let's say things are unfolding as we speak. Let's say you're going through a period of transition. Why is this happening to me? What is the meaning of these experiences? What should I be on the lookout for? How can I grow from these experiences? Where can I grow at a specific moment in time? What should I do less of or more of? And also, what are my soul's lessons? All of these and many, many more questions. We can address them, we can dive into them, we can analyze them, we can discuss them during a personal astrological consultation with me, which you can book via my website, which is written in the stars-astrology.com. It is also in the pinned comments and in the description box. And if you're a new client, the option to go for is the 1 hour, 15 minutes Zoom consultation. Regardless of what your kind of area of focus is, we can look at your natal chart, we can look at the year ahead, we can dive into compatibility, we can look into relocation astrology, astrocartography, and such. If you've got any specific areas of interest, such as your career, relationships, we can focus on those. So regardless of your area of focus or interest, the 1 hour, 15 minutes Zoom consultation is the option to go for. And of course, if you're an existing client, you know that you have other options as well, such as the year ahead forecast or the 30 minutes follow-up consultation if you have some very specific questions that you want us to focus on. And the way that the process works is after you make the payment on my website, you need to contact me via the contact form on my website and send me your date, time, and place of birth. The time of birth is super, super important. Everything is important, but the accuracy of the time of birth is super important because that will give us the accurate natal chart. So contact me via the contact form with your details and I will get back to you with timing options. And from the moment that you book the session until we actually meet, there will be a waiting time of around a few weeks, sometimes a month and a half, depending on how far ahead I'm already booked, how far ahead my calendar is already full. If you are going through something that is urgent, there's also the emergency option reading on my website. So you can take advantage of that. Now let's go back to the astrology of January 2026. 1st of January, Mercury goes into Capricorn. Before it does that, it actually squares Neptune. So it's not my favorite day, the 1st of January, for anything involving communication, anything involving transportation, anything involving travel. It's all a little bit messy and foggy. Then we've got a full moon on the 3rd of January happening in Cancer, co-present with Jupiter. So there is this sort of like buoyant, jovial energy in the air. There's this feeling of things sort of working out and maybe getting a level of protection in a specific sector of our lives. But I will have to say, big feelings are also very, very possible. Big feelings, tears, all super emotional. I mean, full moon co-present with Jupiter in Cancer. Go figure. The Sun will conjunct Venus in Capricorn on the 6th of January. I did mention that this is one of my favorite days of the month. We have a Venus Cazimi in Capricorn, fantastic for all things partnerships oriented, relationships, collaborations, business partnerships, romantic as well, but romantic with a level of commitment. Then Venus conjuncts Mars on the 8th of January. We might enjoy a little bit of like competition. We might enjoy sports, games. We might have fun in this setup. And then the Sun conjuncts Mars on the 9th of January. We are sort of like crystal clear in terms of the direction that we want to go towards. And we're very clear on what we actually want. But alas, other people want the complete opposite and believe in the complete opposite. And maybe they don't believe in our approach. Hence why 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th of January can be a bit more sort of belligerent in terms of energy, with the Sun and Mars opposing Jupiter in Cancer. So we've got big fights erupting over differences in beliefs and worldviews. Venus trines Uranus on the 15th of January. Surprising developments, but I dare say pleasantly surprising developments on the romantic front, but also when it comes to money and business partnerships. Then Venus goes into Aquarius 17th of January, sort of helping us enjoy more the community-oriented aspect of life and potentially focusing our... I wanted to say our pleasure. Focusing us towards friendship in terms of how we derive pleasure from life. The Sun also trines Uranus on the 17th of January. Things actually seem to click into place. There's this sense of unexpected, innovative solutions coming in to solve old problems. Then we've got a new moon in Capricorn, really nicely aspected on the 18th of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after, really nicely aspected to Uranus. I like that. I mean, I feel like we're sort of like getting this mix between the old and the new. There's this sense of a strong foundation being built for the future. Mercury trines Uranus 19th of January. Our mind is kind of very strongly stimulated by new ideas and we want to implement them. And then the sun goes into Aquarius. Aquarius season begins on the 20th of January. We have a Venus conjunct Pluto on this day. Relationships will be transformed. Buried things will come to the surface within partnerships, and many relationships will no longer be the same after this. Mars also trines Uranus. If there is any sort of crisis unfolding, act fast because that's going to solve the problem. 21st of January, Mercury Kazemi. Beautiful day. A day of clarity, a day of aha moments, a day of seeing the truth, seeing things objectively, seeing things in an impartial manner. And boy, do I feel like the world needs this at this point in time. Mercury conjuncts Pluto on the 22nd of January. Boom. I'm like, boom. Really heavy kind of like information coming to the surface. Investigations reaching their sort of climax, and really juicy information coming to the surface. Juicy, it could be kind of like either way. I mean, it could be the good kind of juicy. It could be the more difficult kind of juicy. As in, nasty things have been going on behind the scenes and now they are revealed, which we can thank Pluto for that. Pluto is not a friendly energy necessarily, but it does reveal whatever is concealed. Mars goes into Aquarius 23rd of January, and it makes its conjunction to Pluto on the 27th, active also a couple of days before, a couple of days after. Do be cautious when it comes to participating in large events that involve crowds, groups of people. This energy can manifest as attacks towards specific communities, unfortunately. It can bring a level of attack and danger connected with being part of a community. Specific communities could be attacked via social media, via the digital and technological world. This is an energy of like hacks happening as well. And there can also be dangers via electricity and via kind of like the digital world and technology in general materializing. And Venus conjuncts Mercury on the 29th of January in Aquarius, a day of sitting down with people, talking about things in an impartial, detached manner, and reaching consensus. So it is a day of agreements, the 29th of January. Now, before we go into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs, let me remind you to please listen to the update for your rising sign, because these general horoscopes are built with the rising sign in mind. And if you don't know what your rising sign is, you can use websites such as astro.com or astro-seek.com to generate your natal chart, but you're going to need your date, time, and place of birth. I do know that people have been using AI tools such as ChatGPT to ask about their birth charts and about their rising sign and so on. And I have to give you a heads up that these tools make mistakes many times, many times. I've had people coming in saying, oh, I thought my moon was in Aries, but this AI tool says that it's in Cancer. The AI tool is wrong. Please use established websites such as astro.com or astro-seek.com. They are free, absolutely free, and they get it right. They are kind of set up the right way to give you the accurate information in terms of your astrological placements. Oh, and one additional thing, if the forecast for your rising sign, for your zodiac sign, is useful, there's this tool that I've teamed up with. It's called Astro in Calendar. You're also going to find the link in the description box and in the pinned comment. That essentially extracts the information from my forecast, from my horoscope, and populates your calendar for the month, for the whole month, whether you use Google Calendar, Outlook, whatever calendar you use. It populates your calendar with the most important events throughout the month, and it shows you as an event the date and also the description of the event for your rising sign, which again is why it's so important to have your rising sign. I've actually heard people take notes based off of my videos, and they basically do what this tool does. So you can do it manually, obviously. You can do it yourself if you've got the time, if you have the bandwidth to do so. But if you want a tool that just does it for you, and you open up your calendar and you see the events for the day, and for instance, I'm filming this on the 17th of December, Sun square Saturn. Essentially, it's telling me what this looks like for me, which is my rising sign Cancer. It's literally in my calendar. I can access the information straight away. Astro and calendar, there's a 30-day free trial, and then there's a paid subscription for this service. Check it out. See if you like it. I use it. Obviously it's pretty cool. Hence why I'm sharing it, and you are literally getting in written form the information that I share for your sign. Now let us go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings, January of 2026. What can you expect from the first month of the year, Aries? So much action on the career front, on the goals and plans for the future front, on the friendship front as well. But let's kick it all off with the 1st of January. Obviously, first day of the month. Mercury, the messenger, the planet of thought, of rational, logical analysis, of speech. Mercury goes into Capricorn in your 10th house of career. So you're going to be thinking a lot about your career, about your place in the world, maybe potentially saying yes to opportunities from the 1st of January until the 20th of January to speak in public, both in a professional setup, but also in a sort of general public setup. Before Mercury goes into Capricorn, literally on the 1st of January, it will square Neptune. I feel like you're a little bit sort of confused as to where you stand with maybe like an educational matter. Maybe you're not so sure about where things are headed for you from an academic perspective. There could also be a little bit of a disappointment when it comes to travel on the 1st of January. So I would actually recommend not traveling on the 1st of January, but hey, you do you, Aries. 3rd of January, we've got a full moon in Cancer. Active 3 days before, 3 days after. This full moon puts a spotlight on both your private life as well as your public life. Something is coming together at home. Maybe you're achieving something big connected with your home, family, property sector. Some of you could be selling a home. Some of you could be expanding the home or moving into a new home. Now, when you are expanding the home, that could be literally or symbolically. Maybe some of you hear news of, I don't know, like a sister getting pregnant or a sibling about to get married. You could also be expanding the home literally. So maybe you decide to start building an extension or decide to sell your existing place because you want to move into something bigger. There's also this kind of very strong focus on parents around this time. Maybe parents are achieving something, maybe they're accomplishing something, and that something could kind of like push them into a new chapter of life. So maybe they are about to retire, for example, and maybe they've got something else lined up in terms of what they're going to focus from now on moving forward. Maybe they're going to be focused on traveling, or maybe they want to go back to school. There's all sorts of possibilities. There is this sense of a culminating point that is worth celebrating, if you ask me. 6th of January is probably one of my favorite days of the month. Full stop. Full stop. I'm just gonna mention it. We've got a Venus Cazimi in your 10th house of career. Something really big is happening for you career-wise, Aries. Something really big could also be happening for you in terms of your status in the world as it relates to your relationship sector. So you could be going public with a relationship, you could be announcing an engagement, you could be announcing a marriage, you could be announcing the fact that you are officially committed to someone. But let's go back to the career side of things. You seem to be in the spotlight for all the right reasons professionally, Aries, around this time. If you're involved in professional activities, because some Aries might say, Rox, I don't work. So in that case, this doesn't apply to you. I would look more at the relationship side of things. You seem to be in the spotlight. To those of you who are involved in anything work-wise, you seem to be in the spotlight for all the right reasons, Aries. Someone is giving you kind of public applause, public acclaim. Maybe you're receiving all sorts of accolades in public, Aries, around this time. It feels good to be appreciated. It feels good to be seen. And it looks like you're being seen and appreciated by someone with authority, by someone with clout, by someone with influence. Speaking of authority and influence, This is probably one of the best days of the month to reach out to your boss or to reach out to a potential big client and to basically ask them for anything, because they're probably going to say yes. They are very, very inclined to be very accommodating towards you because they realize that you're a very, very valuable player. You're a very valuable asset, Aries. 8th of January, Venus conjuncts Mars. There could be a little bit of a sort of like friendly but competitive kind of energy in the air around this time, manifesting also in your career sector. Maybe it feels like you're both having a good relationship with someone, but at the same time you realize that they are literally your competition from a professional standpoint, so you kind of like have to be also a tiny bit on the lookout. You might also feel very confident and very good about taking the lead on a professional matter. Maybe you kind of volunteer as the one in charge to manage an entire project. You're feeling confident, you're feeling ready, you're feeling skilled, and I gotta say, you are all of those things, and you are capable enough to turn this into a success. I also believe there could be some vibes, some sparks in the air, maybe with someone in a position of power. It could also be that the world is watching you and your partner. If you are in a relationship, if you're going out, if you're attending like a public event, the world is watching. The world is like, hey, who is this person with? Who is their spouse? What does their spouse do? What is their partner involved with? So there could be a lot of attention making its way to you on that front, my dear Aries. But generally a very kind of like lovely, enjoyable energy in the air. If you ask me, I would take action pretty much from the 5th until the 8th of January. When it comes to your career goals, I would talk to people, I would reach out, I would schedule interviews, I would ask for raises, I would do my homework in terms of whoever it is that you want to work with or for, because it's probably going to pay off. The Sun conjuncts Mars in Capricorn in your 10th house. You are literally shining professionally. It feels like an aha moment. It feels like a moment of success. But there is a twist. There is a disclaimer. You are really kind of like standing out. You're feeling confident. You're feeling strong. You're feeling like the right person at the right time professionally, Aries. And you're feeling ready to take courageous action professionally. Maybe it's action that you have been planning for a long time and now it is finally happening. It looks like it doesn't matter what the world thinks anymore because you know that you've worked your way to the top. You really seem to be standing out for your leadership qualities, for your courage, your boldness, your audacity, and the fact that you are relentless when you set a goal for yourselves. The twist, the disclaimer is 8th of January, 9th of January, 10th of January, maybe even 11th. You're shining career-wise. You're doing all the things career-wise. You are achieving your goals. You're stepping up the ladder. But there's something at home that is really not working, or that is kind of like working in the opposite direction. It could be that someone at home, it could be a family member, it could be a parent who is also a family member, obviously. They are not supportive of what you're doing. They don't believe in what you're doing, or they're feeling very afraid that whatever it is that you're doing career-wise is going to take you away from them. You're going to have less time to spend with them. You're going to have less time to focus on family, on home, on private life. Maybe they're also being overly kind of like emotional because I don't want to say they're feeling insecure because of your success, but that could be it. That could absolutely be it. There is a possibility around the 9th of January, a couple of days before and a couple of days after it, that you might have a big fight, a big argument with a family member. The family member is probably going to react in a very emotional manner. They're going to tell you you're being insensitive or that you're not being considerate of their feelings. You could also not assist. you could be witness to because you clearly don't want to assist anyone in this direction. You could be witnessing a major fight that erupts between family members, and maybe it feels like you're somehow kind of like in the middle, but to me it looks like you have a clear preference in terms of who you want to side with. So it might feel like you're picking sides, and you might need to do that even though it hurts the other person, because you know in your heart of hearts where you stand. And even though it's not your intention to hurt anyone or to trigger them emotionally, you probably believe that they are wrong. So it's a tricky kind of time in terms of interaction with family members. People at home are emotional. They're kind of prone to overreacting, if you ask me, but you're also prone to not paying attention that much to their needs, which could cause them to overreact because you are laser focused on your goals. So see what you can do with that. My big recommendation would be to not kind of take an argument further if you can around the 8th, 9th, 10th, even 11th of January. It's not worth it. I would maybe wait for things to calm down a little bit over the next few days, because they absolutely will. And especially around the 18th of January, I feel like they will. 15th of January, Venus trines Uranus. More good news on the professional front. Unexpected, but exciting and very valuable partnerships are kind of like taking shape. You might get a big client. You might get a big round of applause from either a client or a boss. It looks like you are being paid very well also. And it looks like you're also in a mood to spend money on what makes you look good in public, what makes you look good in terms of your public reputation and your public status, my dear Aries. Venus goes into Aquarius 17th of January, and I believe you're going to really like this transit all the way until the 10th of February, because essentially it's going to make any sort of activities involving friends, communities, groups of people a lot more pleasant, a lot more enjoyable. Aquarius is a sign that sextiles Aries, so I feel like there's this kind of like energy of collaboration unfolding in the air. Venus is also the ruler of your 7th house of relationships, so you might do a lot more things out into the world together with your significant other and your friends together as a group, let's say. I also like the 17th of January because once again, you seem to really stand out for all the right reasons in a professional setup. You might come up with some very kind of creative solutions. You might kind of add your own twist to things, and it really seems to be a hit with those in power, or those that matter career-wise. And we do have a new moon in Capricorn, 18th of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after, which feels like a major fresh start for you from a professional perspective. It brings in either a higher up position, a fresh start maybe in a new industry, a fresh start maybe in terms of starting your own business and doing something very courageous. What I can tell you is that whatever seeds you're planting around this time professionally, they're probably going to pay off beautifully from a financial perspective over time, especially if you feel like you're doing something courageous that involves walking away from an established maybe career or an established position that maybe was safe, but it was no longer fulfilling you. This is also a great time to make a big public announcement. The focus is on your kind of public status, public reputation. The announcement seems to be something that you know people will have strong reactions to, but the thing is, people do seem to react very well. If anything, they seem to admire and appreciate the fact that you have the guts to make these kinds of moves. And hey, Aries, the pioneer, the risk taker, right? 19th of January, Mercury trines Uranus. Once again, things are kind of like flowing unexpectedly well at work. You may kind of come up with innovative solutions in a work setup, but you might also have some aha moments when it comes to how you should communicate with people in a professional setup, what really clicks with them, what really sort of like speaks to them. And you might decide to implement more of that. This is also a great time for anything involving speeches, anything involving social media. 19th of January, by the way, I do want to remind you, anything involving, I don't know, launching a social media campaign. for example. The sun goes into Aquarius on the 20th of January again, and Mercury also goes into Aquarius. Lots of focus on plans for the future and your involvement with friends and communities. Venus conjuncts Pluto on this day. I will say this, things could go either way with a friend. You might hear something connected with their lives that maybe they've kept buried, they've kept hidden, and I think it's the time for you to decide whether you still want to be friends with this person or not. A similar energy seems to come up around the 27th of January. Now, on the 20th of January, you might be inclined to maybe give them the benefit of a doubt or find a sort of tactful, diplomatic approach with this friend so that the relationship continues, even though maybe you feel a little bit betrayed. The possibility is that they might feel betrayed by you. And you might find this out around the 20th of January. And maybe it surprises you. Maybe you realize, hey, I did not mean for you to feel this way. If you have done wrong by them, this is the opportunity for you to make amends. Mars will trine Uranus. I think you're going to know exactly what to do, and you can act fast, and you don't need to ask anyone for permission. You just need to do it. The sun conjuncts Mercury 21st of January. This is a fabulous day for all things connected with social events, social media, speaking in public, making a presentation, getting friends together, getting colleagues and co-workers together, attending a work event. It's a great time for networking. I repeat, also great time for you to set goals and intentions from a health standpoint. You might also have a clear idea as to what is going to help you in the future from an educational perspective. So you might decide, I'm signing up to this course, I'm going to be learning this, I need to join this organization, or I need to jump on this sort of group class. 22nd of January, Mercury conjuncts Pluto. There's all sorts of Pluto aspects. Lots of things are kind of being brought to the surface from the underground. Again, in connection with friends, in connection with colleagues, in connection with siblings maybe, and it kind of seems to change the trajectory for these relationships when it comes to where they're headed in the future, for better or for worse. But again, if you feel like you have made any mistakes, I do believe that this is going to be a perfect opportunity for you to correct those mistakes. Mars will also go into Aquarius 23rd of January until the 2nd of March. So I believe that you're going to do very well as the leader of groups of people and as the one that initiates kind of activities and is in charge of activities for communities and groups of people. There is a higher chance than usual of fights with friends, of arguments with friends, and of public sort of conflict. Especially around the 27th of January. Mars conjuncts Pluto. There could be some form of public conflict with a friend, a big argument that blows up. It could go either way. I do believe that if you are very curt and very blunt in your interaction with this person, there's probably going to be no going back to the relationship. It's probably going to be totally transformed, and that might involve walking away from the friendship altogether. I also believe that you're going to have like a really strong focus on where you want to move with your life around the 27th of January. So this is sort of like the more constructive aspect of Mars Pluto. You're going to know exactly who you need to walk away from, what communities you need to distance yourselves from, my dear Aries, what people are no longer going to play a part in your future because you don't want them to play a part in your future because they maybe have not been the best of influences. Let's say. And 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus. This is once again a great day to go out, catch up with friends, catch up with your community, do something out into the world with a significant other, maybe also say yes to a date. You might be very kind of like mentally stimulated in a really pleasant way by someone that you meet when you go to, I don't know, some form of a social event, or maybe you even go to a bar or something and you have some really kind of enjoyable conversations with the people that you connect with at that location. Last but not least, I do like the 29th of January when it comes to bringing people together once more. So take advantage of it if you are organizing anything. The one time to be sort of like very cautious about is the 27th of January, when Mars comes together with Pluto. Oh, one last thing about the 27th of January, and especially the couple of days before, and maybe also the 28th. If you are attending any sort of public events, concerts, events where there's a lot of people coming together, I would be a little bit more sort of suspicious. I would be a little bit more on the lookout for any danger in the crowds. Now, I'm not saying that anything dangerous is going to happen, but not everyone is coming to these events with the best of intentions. So if you could avoid these kinds of events around the 27th of January, that would be fantastic. But if you cannot, then do be mindful of your surroundings. That is Aries. My dear Taurus, Taurus suns and Taurus risings, welcome to your January 2026 horoscope. What does the first month of the year have in store for you, Taurians? Well, lots going on when it comes to the following sectors. Travel-related matters such as visas, residency, foreign residency especially, immigration, and so on. Educational matters, legal matters, also your career, your public status, your public reputation, your relationships with bosses, with authority figures. That's where the action is happening. So let me not get ahead of myself. Let's start off with the 1st of January. Mercury initially squares Neptune. Not the best time to talk to friends, not the best time to plan anything with anyone really, but especially with friends or with groups of people, because people might cancel at the last minute, or you might be somehow disappointed by how things turn out. But also on the 1st of January, Mercury goes into Capricorn in your 9th house. So you're probably going to be thinking a lot about where you're going to travel to next. You're probably going to be thinking about how you can maybe get inspiration for your creative projects. So the energy sort of like shifts literally on the 1st of January. Full moon in Cancer, 3rd of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This puts the spotlight on travel and education. So some of you could be physically traveling, some of you could be booking your plane tickets, some of you could be on a road trip, some of you could be buying a car or selling a car or making some big moves connected with travel and transportation as well. This could also be the time when you pass an exam, when you maybe schedule an exam if you don't pass it. I mean, if you are literally taking an exam around the 3rd of January, you're probably going to pass. You're probably going to get a good result, Taurians. This could also be the time when you have to wrap up something that you've been writing. So it could be a written project of some sorts, or you might finalize a presentation. It could be a presentation for work. I will just say it. Successfully. You're probably finalizing it successfully. I'm quite optimistic, let's put it this way, about this full moon, because it is co-present with Jupiter, the great benefic. And for those of you who have siblings, there could also be good news from siblings. Maybe they make an unexpected appearance, they travel to see you. In any case, things are going well on that front. 6th of January, Sun conjunct Venus in your 9th house. Venus rules you, Taurus risings. It rules your 6th house of work and health, and the Sun also rules your 4th house. A lot of things could be happening here. So first of all, this is an auspicious combination. Venus Cazimi, okay, so Venus is being strengthened. So it looks like you are being strengthened somehow in your interaction with foreign lands, foreign countries, legal institutions. If you're waiting for positive kind of news to make its way to you from a legal entity, if you've been involved in any sort of like court case, or it could be unrelated. It could be sort of related with your green card. You're probably going to get a good outcome, and not just a good outcome, but some really good support from people who can help you accomplish what you're looking to accomplish. You might also feel very proud of what you have achieved from an academic perspective around this time. Is it a good time to reach to people in the legal sphere or in the academic sphere? Yes, absolutely. Then on the 8th of January, Venus conjuncts Mars. You might also feel this energy the day before, the day after. I feel like you are excited to take action on the travel front, but maybe also on the academic front. You're maybe a little bit in a rush, and I feel like you're also eager to take action that involves someone else on this front. So let's say you have an educational advisor and you're kind of sending them messages and saying, come on, where is my application, or what's going on with my application? It is a good time to apply. I mean, pretty much from the 6th of January until the 8th, you could apply for maybe like a master's program or a PhD program, or apply for your visa, because you're probably, I repeat, going to get a good outcome out of this. You might also really enjoy kind of being active in a cultural setup around the 8th of January. So maybe attending a cultural event, maybe like a gallery exhibition of some sorts. You might also enjoy defending your beliefs and your worldviews and your life philosophy around the 8th of January. Then on the 9th of January, Sun conjuncts Mars, opposing Jupiter. A couple of days before, a couple of days after, you're probably still going to be feeling this energy. This is an interesting one because on the one hand, it can put the spotlight on you standing up and defending what you believe in. Standing up for what you believe in, but there is a but here. You might enter into some sort of an argument over worldviews and life philosophies and such, and it could all escalate. If that does not bother you, then it's not a problem. It could all escalate even in the conversation that you have with someone who was historically quite friendly towards you. Maybe like a colleague that you got along really, really well with. So I feel like there's a clash in mentalities, there is a clash in opinions, and it could all blow up to the point where you might decide to no longer talk to this person, or this person, which historically was a friend or even like a friendly kind of colleague, they might decide to not talk to you. So I'm not saying don't stand up for what you believe in, but what I am saying is that sometimes it's good to choose our battles very, very wisely. If you have very strong opinions on something, you are probably going to meet your match. And they are relentless also in defending their opinions. Now, if you want to still be friends with this person, or if you want to be on friendly terms at least with this person, I repeat, dial it down a little bit. But if this is very important to you, then I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, no, you know what, just say less, shut up. Save it for another time, because they're not receptive at all. I mean, sometimes people do have to hear it from the outside that their views are wrong or skewed or biased or inaccurate or just kind of narrow potentially. Is it your time to challenge people? Maybe. I also believe that this is a time when it's very clear to you what it is that you believe in and what it is that you're willing to fight for from a belief system perspective, my dear Taurians. There is also a possibility that someone in an academic sort of role might challenge you and might try to knock you down a bit, and I would not take the bait, because this person seems to have power and influence, and if you want to be a sort of like strategic player, and if you want to keep on working with them or having okay interactions with them moving forward, maybe it's not the time to challenge their authority and their status. Just putting it out there. You can do whatever you want. Of course, I always say we have free will, but I'm giving you a bit of a heads up as to what the cosmic weather looks like. 15th of January, lovely day. One of my favorite days for you of the month. Venus trines Uranus. You are inspired. You're enthusiastic. You love talking to people. You're inspired by novel ideas. You feel very appreciative towards yourselves, Taurians. You also feel very appreciated by those who you are helping and serving somehow in a professional setup. This could also be the time when an unexpected, surprising opportunity comes up to travel, or someone surprises you from abroad, maybe with like a phone call or an email, or maybe even a surprise visit. Why not? You could also find a really sweet deal in terms of travel around the 15th of January. So if you're kind of on the hunt for tickets, write it down in the calendar. Maybe also day before and day after. Another really nice day for kind of good deals travel-wise could be the 20th of January. So maybe again, day before or day after. Write that down in your calendar if you will, Taurians. I feel like travel is quite a bit on your mind this month, essentially, especially pretty much first 3 weeks of the month, Taurus. And if you are already traveling on the 15th of January, you're probably going to really enjoy it. Maybe you're going to a new exciting location, you're connecting with lovely people, maybe you're making friends that you never thought you would make, and you're just kind of hitting it off with folks in general. Venus goes into Aquarius 17th of January in your house of career, and it kind of helps you have really positive relationships, really auspicious, really harmonious relationships with those in positions of power from a professional perspective. And if you're looking to attract new opportunities career-wise, Venus is your friend. Confidence-wise and self-esteem-wise, you're doing very, very well, especially from the 15th until the 18th. I'm not saying that you're going to do worse after that, but I do feel like your confidence is getting a boost somehow, Taurians, throughout this period. New moon in Capricorn, 18th of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in your 9th house. This new moon brings some sort of a fresh start that involves either traveling or a fresh start that involves your academic or your educational path. The new moon is conjunct Mercury and Mars. Both of these planets are actually associated to an extent with travel and movement. Mercury is god of commerce. Mars is god of action. So lots kind of happening, lots going on, lots of action on this front. This could also be a fresh start when it comes to fighting for something that you believe in a legal setup. I would be prepared for a long-term fight, but it is probably going to be a fight that you're going to win. So if there is anything on your mind in terms of exploring whether it's worth taking this to court or not, it could very well be worth it. I will say it. The new moon is also in a harmonious aspect to Uranus in your first house. You're experiencing a fresh start. You're experiencing a reset, and it feels very freeing and it feels very exciting on a personal level. A fresh start connected with your worldview and life philosophy and your beliefs in general. So much of what we do is based off of our beliefs. I mean, I believe everything that we do is ultimately driven by our beliefs, and so many of us have limiting beliefs, and sometimes it takes years to even identify the limiting beliefs. And the good news is that you Taurians are liberating yourselves of limiting beliefs, and you're giving yourselves permission to do things differently, and that energy feels very strong around the 18th of January. 19th of January, Mercury trines Uranus, really kind of like a day of innovative, original, outside of the box ideas, especially when it comes to creative projects, when it comes to matters that involve your financial situation, maybe legal matters as well. And then on the 20th of January, the Sun and Mercury go into your 10th house of career, putting the spotlight on your professional life, your public status, your public reputation, not just from a professional standpoint, but in general. That's where the kind of focus is going to be for the next month. Venus conjuncts Pluto. This could bring a reset. So literally on the same day, on the 20th of January, this could bring a reset of existing professional relationships, but also a transformation of relationships where some people get out of your life professionally in order to make room for maybe more fulfilling and more aligned values-wise collaborations in the professional and in the business sphere. This could also be the time when it becomes very clear to the world, Taurians, especially Taurus risings, that you are on the verge of transforming your career path, and with that, transforming your identity as well. Are you excited? I think so. I think you have a huge appetite for novelty around this time, and for action in a new fresh direction, with Mars trining Uranus at the same time. 21st of January, Sun conjunct Mercury, superb day for public speaking, public presentations, signing agreements, signing contracts, speaking about professional matters, speaking about business matters. There is major clarity in terms of where you're headed career-wise. There is probably this feeling of being very seen, very visible, very valued in the public sphere for your knowledge, for your intelligence, for your skills, for your ability to analyze things. Beautiful day. Beautiful day. Mercury conjuncts Pluto in Aquarius in your house of career on the 22nd of January. This is where I say to you, your words, my dear Taurus, have immense power. You can use what you know. You can use your knowledge and your access to information in very powerful ways, in very potent ways. Now, sometimes that involves speaking up. Sometimes that might actually involve keeping information to yourselves. And it's going to be up to you, Taurians, to decide which way you kind of like lean towards. But if you do decide to speak up, know that it can have immense effects from a professional standpoint. Mars goes into Aquarius 23rd of January in your house of career. So again, it's kind of like go. You're very driven. You're very motivated. You want to get things done professionally. Lots of action happening professionally until the 2nd of March, essentially. There can be changes in terms of bosses, leadership, changes at the very top of the organization that you're a part of professionally, either on the 20th or the 22nd or the 23rd of January. The Sun is going to conjunct Pluto on the 23rd of January. A big change of vision for either your company or maybe the company that you work for or the industry that you're in. A big change of kind of like vision in terms of what the future is going to look like seems to be the sort of main focus around the 23rd of January. Neptune goes into Aries 26th of January, and for the next good few years, we have actually talked about this in the 2026 forecast. For the next good few years, it's going to help you dissolve some of your unhealthy, self-sabotaging patterns. It can help you let go of hidden enemies, so to speak. But at the same time, it can also manifest as any hidden enemies that you have acting in a very sort of like stealthy manner and sometimes being a little bit harder to detect. So do use that. I was about to call it that innate lie detector that you've got inside of you. I feel like Taurus risings, even though they come across super kind of like calm and placid and stoic and chill, they're very good at picking up sort of the hidden undertones of what's going on in other people's like heads and energetically what's going on with them, even if others try to hide it. That's because they've got Scorpio in their 7th house of relationships, okay? 27th of January, Mars conjuncts Pluto in Aquarius. Intense transformation happening at an industry level, at a professional level, big shifts happening in terms of business partnerships. There can be a significant sort of, I want to call it destruction, maybe even rebirth of communities, groups of people that are somehow involved with what you do from a professional perspective. A friendship might experience a total transformation in the workspace. And you might also realize that someone is not exactly who they said they are. And maybe that there were kind of like hidden aspects to what they brought into the mix into your professional life. You might also make a public announcement about your relationship sector, and it could be taking some people by surprise. This could be your personal relationships, Taurus. So maybe you announce that you've gotten married secretly, or maybe you announce that secretly you've separated from someone. In any case, it can feel like a bit of a nuclear bomb in the eyes of the world, because they did not see this coming, because it was sort of like held under wraps. There can be some intense power struggles with people in positions of power around the 27th of January. So to me, this looks like the other person who you might clash with, it does have a lot of influence and power and clout. So I don't know if you want to make an enemy of them. Sometimes you have to act all political and sort of not confront someone directly if it's in your highest and greatest interest in the longer term. And 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I feel like if you're out into the world, connecting with people, talking to people, it feels very pleasant, very enjoyable. If you're sharing with the world your ideas, if you're sharing with the world what's sort of like valuable to you and what you appreciate and what you enjoy, it's probably going to be very well received. If you are presenting in public your creative projects, very, very well received. Also, I feel like you're making good friends with people in a public setup, and it could even be with someone who can potentially help you further down the line from a career perspective. So I like the way that the month ends, Taurians. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings, January of 2026. What does it have in store for you, lovely Geminis? Well, the month kicks off with Mercury, which is your chart ruler, going into Capricorn. So all the way until the 20th of January, you're probably going to be very invested in one or several of the following topics: dealing with taxes, debts, loans, other people's money, investments. There might also be a lot of talks, a lot of conversations around shared assets, shared resources, your partner's resources, for instance. And when I say partner, I am referring to both life partner as well as business partners, potentially. So loads going on in that part of your chart. There's also a possibility that there might be quite a bit of work making its way to you, Geminis, but work that somehow involves dealing with, let's say, other people's issues as well. Professional, financial. So there's kind of like a mix between your stuff and their stuff, and that giving you work/homework. Now, also on the 1st of January, before Mercury goes into Capricorn, it will square Neptune. You might be feeling a little bit confused, a little bit unsure as to what's next for you, maybe from a career perspective, but fret not. There will be developments further down the line that will clarify essentially what's going on. Now, 3rd of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Cancer, activating your financial axis. This could be a time when you talk about money, you receive a significant payment, you make a significant payment. I do believe you could be handling financial issues that have been on your radar for quite some time. You could also be handling financial issues on behalf of someone else. Maybe you're helping someone with a financial matter. Maybe you're helping your spouse do their tax return, or maybe you are paying something for, let's say, a family member or for your child, for example. However, even though there might be some expenses sort of popping up around the 3rd of January, I do see you being in a very good place from a financial perspective. And this could also be the time when you potentially hear news of a raise, or decide, hey, I'm going to apply for a raise, or decide that you're going to put up your prices if you work for yourselves. So overall, you're in a good place financially. I would go so far as to say that your financial situation is improving, but it's also a very, very good time, like I said, to handle financial matters and obligations. The Sun conjuncts Venus on the 6th of January. You might also feel this the day before and the day after. This is a very, very, very beautiful time from a variety of standpoints. A lot of talk about money this month. I'm just going to say it. Geminis. This could be a very beautiful time from an investments perspective. You might see your investments going up, or, by the way, this is not financial advice. Please take it as entertainment only. There could be an opportunity making its way to you, an opportunity to invest in something. You might receive a gift. You might support someone, or you might help someone. You might facilitate things for someone from a financial perspective. But I do believe there is an element of reciprocity here. So you scratch my back, I scratch yours, and you're going to somehow benefit off of this. I believe. Just putting it out there. This could also be the time when you have some really tricky conversations with maybe a life partner or a child. Tricky conversations, why? Because there are conversations about topics that maybe are not that easy to address, such as debts, for instance. The conversations are likely to go very, very well. This is also a very good day to go into a business partnership, to apply for a loan, a mortgage, all of that jazz. 8th of January, Venus conjuncts Mars. I mean, this is literally a very good day. You might also feel it the day before and the day after. A very, very good day for intimacy. Yes, intimacy. You heard that right. Also, this could be the time when you kind of like make really quick moves when it comes to your investment sector. There could be a sense of potentially others jumping in to help you from a financial perspective, but you also being very quick to support someone financially if the situation requires that happens. Now, there's two particular periods in January that I don't necessarily like. 9th of January, give or take a couple of days before and a couple of days after, and I know that there's some good stuff happening before the 9th of January, which I have just flagged. But hear me out. So 9th of January and 27th of January, give or take a few days before, a few days after. Now, both of these periods have Mars sort of involved in things. I don't like the 9th of January, even though we do have a Mars cazimi in the sky. So this can essentially indicate that things are moving forward rapidly. There's clarity in terms of direction, in terms of speed at which things unfold. I don't like this because Mars can bring conflict. Just as straightforward as that. It can bring conflict. It can bring competition. It can bring arguments. It can cut things out of our lives. So around the 9th of January, there might be an intense conflict with someone around money. It could be with your spouse. It could be with a business partner. It could be an argument around money with your, even employer, I'd say, or with someone that you work with in general, maybe also your accountant. So anyone that kind of like handles your financial situation. You might need to maybe reach out to the tax man or to whatever, the state institutions, the powers that be, to let them know that maybe they have overtaxed you. So I believe that you are going to end up potentially spending more than you thought you would. I repeat, there seems to be a clash around finances, around kind of where you stand on a financial matter and where someone else stands. I believe that there could also be a huge... I told you that you're doing well financially this month, Geminis. However, that doesn't mean that you don't have big expenses coming up. There could be a much larger expense coming up than you thought would pop up. Connected with home and family life. Something could break around the house potentially, and you might need to replace it straight away. And maybe you thought that the warranty would cover it, and it doesn't cover it. So I'm not a massive fan of this, but hey, if I were to employ something, it would be caution when it comes to financial matters, and I would not jump in. And if you do decide to push back against someone asking for a significant payment, make sure that it will not affect you in the long term. So choose that battle very wisely. Now, the other period that I sort of dislike, maybe not as much as this one. This one around the 9th of January could potentially feel more more like a crisis to you, Geminis. The other period, generically, that I don't necessarily like is 27th of January, a couple of days before, a couple of days after, when Mars conjuncts Pluto. Now, this is not necessarily an easy combination. Intense fights, intense arguments, intense conflicts, which could result in, well, it could result in a few things. It could result in the abrupt ending of a friendship, the abrupt ending of a collaboration work-wise, the abrupt ending of a work project. You might actually be in an argument with either like a friend or an in-law potentially, or a colleague around this time. Now, there could be a feeling of in the air of kind of like people having to really defend what they believe in, of having to really stand up for what they believe in. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, clearly. I'm not saying that. But there may be some relationships that will never be the same again after this conjunction happens, essentially. Mars conjunct Pluto can also bring a very transformative legislation into the mix that will impact dramatically either your day-to-day work, or your collaborations with groups of people, or your involvement with certain communities and groups of people, Geminis. The reason why I don't necessarily like this combo, even though you're an air sign, so potentially it's going to be less stressful for you as an air sign. It might be way more stressful for those who have planets and angles in Aquarius, Leo, Taurus, and Scorpio. The reason why I don't like this combination is because generally when it happened in the past in the sky, there's been some form of destruction or dismantling that took place. And sometimes that is necessary. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that that's not necessary, but it's not a pleasant sight or experience. Now, let's go back in time and let me share some other important dates in January, Geminis. Venus on the 15th of January will trine Uranus in your 12th house. Now, this could bring up an unexpected encounter. You could meet someone out of the blue, and potentially someone out of the blue could jump in and help you with a matter that has caused maybe headaches, or that has brought up a lot of difficulties in January, but also the latter part of December, possibly. You might also feel relieved because something happened and you no longer need to worry about someone finding out sort of like hidden information. You might also feel relieved because you're taking care of a major expense. So there is relief from multiple sides. 17th of January, Venus goes into Aquarius all the way until, let me double check, all the way until the 10th of February. Now, you're probably going to like this. This transit is going to make really enjoyable one or several of the following. Traveling, especially long distance traveling, traveling for pleasure, for relaxation, cultural activities, enjoying cultural activities. Venus transiting the 9th house is going to make things smoother when it comes to interacting with courts of law, with legal entities, legal institutions, dealing with matters connected with foreign residencies, visas, stuff like that. It might also bring in the support of someone that you look up to, a guide type of figure, a mentor type of figure, a coach type of figure. Sun also trines Uranus, 17th of January, potentially more good news when it comes to debts, taxes, loans, and maybe also you getting approval for a loan of some sorts. 18th of January, new moon in Capricorn in the 8th house, a reset, a fresh start when it comes to maybe the mortgage being approved, maybe you having handled matters connected with your debts, loans, taxes, etc. And now you might decide, hey, I'm going to create a system. I'm going to budget better. I'm going to create a spreadsheet. I'm going to do this in a bit more kind of a systematic way. So I feel like you're eager to implement a system. You're eager to do things in a novel way here. This new moon can also bring in a fresh start when it comes to maybe a new project that you want to invest in, or a fresh start when it comes to you receiving money or financial support from others. It could be in the form of scholarship, bursary, spousal support, if the circumstances of your life so call for it. The new one is in a trine to Uranus and in a sextile to Saturn. So I feel like there's this sense of things getting easier on the financial front for you, especially as they involve other people. This could also be a new moon that brings in news of a bonus, or the opportunity to talk about a bonus, or to talk about maybe, what is it called? A percentage-based type of earnings arrangement. Mercury trines Uranus 19th of January. You are coming up with brilliant, innovative, unexpected, surprising solutions when it comes to matters connected with your home, money, finances, but also potentially when it comes to matters connected with your health and mental health as well. 20th of January, Sun and Mercury go into Aquarius in your 9th house. I believe that there's this feeling of things getting much easier from the 20th of January for you in the air, Geminis. You're looking at the big picture of your life. Maybe you're planning travels. Maybe you are kind of like planning to invest more in your work and in your interactions with people who are based abroad. You could also be in the mood to make sense of all the transformations that have been going on in your life throughout December and the first part of January. Venus will conjunct Pluto on the 20th of January in the 9th house. So the transformation of the relationship with potentially a romantic partner, a child, or a mentor, a teacher, or someone who has some sort of a legal function in your life. That seems to be the theme here. I also believe that things might come to the surface. Secrets might come to the surface. Secrets might be revealed in relation to one or several of these people. Possibly, if we add to the list of people to be on the lookout for, I would add in-laws as well. Mars also trines Uranus. You know what you need to do on this day, 20th of January, maybe a couple of days before, a couple of days after. You know what you need to do to get out of a pickle, including a pickle at work or health-wise, and you're ready to take action independently, individually, and to move fast. 21st of January, Sun-Mercury conjunction, Mercury Kazemi. This is beautiful. You have so much clarity about where you're headed in life. You have so much clarity about what's important to you. What is the meaning of it all? Fantastic news, really good news, and also a time to potentially share news with the world when it comes to your home situation, your legal situation, anything connected with education or academia. Speaking of education and academia, this is a great time to apply for anything connected with education and academia. Why not? Why not? Also a great time to travel. Generally, from the 20th of January onwards, you are actually from the 17th of January onwards, you're really nicely aspected to travel. The only time where I would kind of like be a little bit more cautious when it comes to traveling is the 27th of January, maybe a couple of days before and a couple of days after. I mean, if you could avoid the 27th of January, that would be fantastic. I repeat, 2 days before, 2 days after. But yeah, other than that, from the 17th onwards, book that trip, go on that cruise, or plan that cruise. 23rd of, first and foremost, 22nd of January, Mercury conjuncts Pluto. Your mentality seems to go through a massive shift. Your mentality, I mean, in the sort of like holistic sense of the word. 23rd of January, Mars goes into Aquarius in your 9th house. I feel like you're going to be way more focused from a professional perspective on your collaborations with people who are based abroad, maybe the international sort of aspect of your job. And the sun will also conjunct Pluto in your ninth house. Important conversations are happening around legal kind of matters or around your educational path. Neptune goes into Aries 26th of January, and it's bringing in, well, Neptune already entered Aries for a tiny little bit in 2025, and now it really brings in, for the next good few years, new ideals, new goals, big visions, big dreams. And last but not least, 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I mean, this is a great time to speak in public. You're probably going to enjoy some really, I want to say, some really intelligent conversations, and maybe we're all aiming for intelligent conversations at all times, but let's face it, it doesn't always happen. I mean, sometimes you just kind of like do small talk and it's not very mentally stimulating, but you are very mentally stimulated and in a very pleasant, in a really nice way around the 29th of January. And you also seem to stimulate others pleasantly from a mental perspective. You're kind of like showing off your skills around that time. Could it be a good time to socialize? 100%. Go out? 100%. Even go out on a date. You might really hit it off with, if you go out on a date, it could be with someone new, but it could also be with someone that you know. You might really hit it off with them based off of kind of conversations around philosophical topics and such. That's Gemini. My fellow Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings, January of 2026. What is going on, Cancerians? Well, loads is going on in the sky. And there are two main topics that stand out to me this month, Cancerians, in terms of where the energy is likely to be focused. Relationships, partnerships, collaborations, all of that jazz. So the partnership sector, but also the relationship sector. In astrology, they're essentially covered by the same house, we say, in the natal chart. And loads going on in the financial sector also, I shall say, especially investments. We're looking at investments. We are looking at commissions, taxes, debts, loans. We're also looking at your partner's financial situation. I am referring to both business partners as well as life partners. So those are the main sectors that will probably pop up in January. 1st of January. Mercury goes into Capricorn. So all the way until the 20th, you're probably going to be very focused on reaching out to people, networking, potentially setting up phone calls, potentially talking about things that you maybe wanted to talk for a long time, but it was maybe not the right time or things got in the way. So loads of conversations unfolding. But also on the 1st of January, before Mercury goes into Capricorn, it is going to square Neptune. And to that I say, Cancerians, I know it's literally the first day of the year, but if you could avoid traveling, that would be fantastic, especially long distance traveling. There could be planes that are getting canceled. You might need to reschedule. You might need to potentially take an alternative route. So not the best time for traveling. 3rd of January, we have a full moon in Cancer, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This is bringing to fruition matters connected with a partnership, a collaboration. It could be a business partnership. It could be a partnership centered around a major kind of goal. It does feel like this could be a time when you could be achieving a significant goal, a significant win together with someone that you have worked with. And when I say worked with, I don't necessarily mean purely in the professional sense. I mean, you could have worked with them on a personal level. You could have worked with your spouse to accomplish something, but it feels like you're accomplishing something together with someone else. At the same time, it also feels like it's very clear around the time of the full moon where you stand and where someone else stands. You might be very aware of sort of the differences in terms of approach, opinion, views, and you might also decide based off of this whether the partnership is worth investing in or not anymore, or whether there's a need to kind of change things or kind of like transform a tiny little bit the dynamic or the terms and conditions, so to speak. Now, if you have been dating someone, this could be the time when it becomes official somehow. Maybe you present them to the world, maybe they present you to their world, so to speak. You've got both Mars and Venus transiting your house of relationships, so lots going on that front. There may be a lot of romantic action. I'm just gonna call it out, Cancerians. I don't know if you're married or single or not married or looking for someone or not looking for someone, but either way, there could be a lot of romantic action going on at least until the 17th of January, when Venus exits this part of your chart. It could feel like someone is being very insistent romantically until the 17th of January. Like they really want to date you, they really want to go out with you. You can't. Maybe this sounds like stalking. You can't avoid them on social media. They're always commenting. So yeah, it feels like they really want something to do with you. But I repeat, it could be something of a romantic nature. Sun conjunct Venus in Capricorn, 6th of January. I dare say you're probably going to feel it also the day after, but this is a superb day when it comes to reaching an agreement with someone on the business front, with your spouse, with a significant other, even if they're not your spouse, with a family member. There's a lot of clarity around where you can sort of work together with someone. This could be also a day of achievements and accomplishments when it comes to the property sector, the family sector. So I really like this this energy. Also a great time to say yes to an invitation. I mean, why not? Or to host someone in your own home. They might feel very important. And if that is your goal, if that is your strategic aim, then you're probably going to achieve that strategic goal. 8th of January, Venus conjunct Mars. This is potentially when, maybe also the day before and the day after, someone's being really insistent that they want to spend time with you. There's a lot of action romantically. It is a great kind of energy to use from a romantic perspective. Intimacy-wise, also great. I mean, let's face it, Venus and Mars together, they are the lovers of the zodiac. So if you want to wow someone, or if you want to let yourselves be wowed by someone, do let them do their thing around the 8th of January. 9th of January, the Sun conjuncts Mars in your 7th house also. You might also feel this energy a couple of days before and a couple of days after. Now, technically, this doesn't have to be a difficult transit, but many times I find that it can be, especially around this time, because it's going to oppose Jupiter in your 1st house. So you might feel like someone is trying to dominate you. You might feel like someone is trying to impose their will upon you. You might feel like, even with the best of intentions, they are trying to take the lead in your life. You might also feel like you've got a very strong adversary, a very strong opponent, someone with experience, someone who is ruthless and cold, and they're not going to shy away from doing whatever needs to be done to outrun you, or to, I don't know, maybe steal some business from you. You do have the great benefic on your side, Jupiter, but the reason why I don't necessarily like this energy is because this could potentially materialize as a big fight. A big conflict, a big clash between egos. There could also be a big clash in mentality with a competitor, an adversary of some sorts, but maybe also a boss, because Mars is the ruler of your 10th house. A figure of authority of some sorts, maybe also a parent. Shall I just call it out? So choose your battles wisely, because it can all blow up. I mean, it can all escalate to the point where you're like, what have I done? Why did I even say anything? I should have just dropped it. Venus, 15th of January, and you might also feel this the day before and the day after, is going to trine Uranus. Superb time to catch up with friends, meet with friends, go out into the world, attend a concert, potentially schedule a meeting with a community of people, a group of people, maybe attend a group type of event for professional purposes. I feel like someone is helping you achieve one of your goals and is making your life a lot easier. And let's face it, we could all use a little bit of that in our lives. I mean, we could all probably benefit from other people making our lives easier. This could also be the time when either you could surprise a romantic partner or they could surprise you, or if you are not in any shape or form involved with anyone romantically, you might have a very pleasant but unexpected romantic encounter. Then Venus goes on the 17th of January into your 8th house in Aquarius, and this can essentially until the 10th of February. This can essentially bring, well, benefits, because Venus is one of the benefic planets. It can bring benefits via other people's money, via other people's resources. It can bring an increase. It can bring some sort of growth when it comes to your investments. But remember that this is not financial advice, so please take this as entertainment only. Venus transiting the 8th house can also make things a lot smoother when it comes to tricky topics, when it comes to crises in your life, when it comes to transformations, especially transformations involving relationships, friendships, or home and family matters, or the property sector. So we could all use a little bit of Venus when it comes to major transformations in our lives. The sun will also trine Uranus. I feel like a friend is being super helpful. They might also surprise you in a very good way. And I feel like things are going the right way financially for you, Cancerians. Once again, almost unexpectedly so. I feel like there's opportunities coming in financially in January that you were not prepared for. But that's great. I mean, who doesn't love a good surprise if there's more money attached to it? New moon in the 7th house, 18th of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This could be the start of a new relationship. And when I say relationship, please keep in mind, I'm not referring just to romantic relationships. On the contrary, this time, this could really be focused on business and professional kind of like collaborations. Or you could start working with someone on a professional level to help you achieve your goals. So this is the beginning of a new collaboration that is very, very, very likely to help you accomplish your goals. The new one is in a harmonious aspect to Uranus in your 11th house. Now, let's say you've got a goal connected with redecorating your house. Why not hire a designer? So this could be the best time to reach out to someone and say, hey, you got what I need skills-wise. You've got the knowledge and the experience. Let's work together. And I feel like you are reaching out to the right people and things are going to happen. Yes, they're not going to happen super quickly because let's face it, it is a new moon ruled by Saturn. But what was the saying? Good things come to those who wait. All good things take time. You know, that kind of stuff. 19th of January, Mercury trines Uranus. You are very inspired by some conversations that you're having, and someone might come in with really practical but unconventional solutions that may help you achieve whatever it is that you're looking for. It's also possible that someone might surprise you. It could be a sibling, it could be a cousin, it could be a colleague, it could be your spouse. Someone might surprise you with what they have to say. Somehow I feel like you're relieved. Maybe you thought that they would be upset over something and they are not upset over something. So yeah, no, I like it. And this is also a great time to make a surprise announcement to the world. The sun goes into Aquarius, just like Mercury, on the 20th of January. So lots of focus on your 8th house for the next month. So transformation, money, finances, especially joint finances, joint assets. And Venus conjuncts Pluto. I feel like this could be a time when you might transform the way that you kind of handle financial situations in relation to someone else. This could also be the time when maybe you make a big sale, or your partner makes a big sale, or experiences a big transformation from a material perspective that probably affects your lives together as maybe as a couple in an auspicious way. Let's just put it out there. You seem to have some people in your life that are kind of pushing your they're pushing is the wrong word. They're moving your life along. They're moving your life forward. They're like, come on, let's do this. Let's make it happen. They're like, bam, 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 to-do list, ticking boxes, moving things forward. And they are relentless. And to that I say, if it's not going against what you believe in, and if it's aligned with your goals, then let them. I'm like, there's that book by Mel Robbins. Mel Robbins, I think is her name. Let them, because you might benefit from this energy tremendously. Mercury Cazimi, Sun conjunct Mercury on the 21st of January in your 8th house. Big news, important news, auspicious news connected with a loan, connected with an investment, maybe an opportunity to invest, maybe you getting investors to put money behind your own ventures. Potentially also good news connected with the finances of others, partners, business partners, and so on, that you also seem to benefit from. 22nd of January, Mercury conjuncts Pluto. Hidden information is coming to the surface, and it is juicy, and it sort of like changes things. It could be information about, let's see, a few people, cousins, siblings, neighbors, potentially also colleagues and co-workers. This is very powerful information that could be used sort of against people, I feel. So treat it wisely. Mars goes into Aquarius also, and it activates your 8th house from the 23rd of January until the 2nd of March. Now, Mars is also the ruler of your 10th house, so I feel like you're going to be in a process of transforming some aspects of your work, of your professional path, of your career direction. There could also be a lot of transformations happening at the level of your company if you work for someone else, all the way until the beginning of March, and they begin now. They kick off now, end of January. Sun conjuncts Pluto. This could be someone kind of in a position of power exiting your life and saying, yeah, I no longer am going to be your manager. I'm no longer going to be your supervisor. I feel like this is also a time of very, very big decisions. To be really straightforward, Cancerians, from the 17th of January until the end of the month is a really important time for big decisions from a financial perspective. You might need to decide whether you're willing to commit to something financially, whether it's the right kind of deal, it's the right kind of agreement, whether you need to rediscuss the terms and conditions. So 23rd of January kind of like adds to that. A big expense around the 23rd of January, very possible. Maybe also a couple of days before, a couple of days after. I'm just going to say it, but it could be an expense that is aligned with something that's very important to you and to maybe someone else close to your heart. 26th of January, Neptune goes back into Aries, and we did talk a little bit more about this in the 2026 forecast, but essentially for the next good few years, there is a whole new set of ideals and a greater collective vision making its way into the industry that you activate in from a professional perspective. And potentially you're going to be, over the next few years, dissolving some of the things that you've built career-wise to make room for a new direction. Mars conjuncts Pluto, 27th of January. This could be very, very intense, potentially destructive. I mean, let me just say it. Pick your battles very wisely as to who you challenge, because it could have much deeper and much more profound effects than you initially thought it would. If you challenge a boss, if you challenge an authority figure, if you challenge your mom or your child or your loved ones, oh God, they could share some things that cannot be unshared, or they could say some things that cannot be unsaid, or the relationship could kind of like be transformed to the point of no return. Now, maybe sometimes that is necessary, but Mars-Pluto can be quite intense and potentially destructive. Now, I do like this energy when it comes to completely transforming your lives for the better. If you've been moving way too slow because of fear. Mars is courage. I'm like, Mars is courage, Pluto is intensity. You are not going to be lacking courage. You might even be so annoyed with someone and so angry with someone that you're just going to say, I'm done with this. This will never happen again. This ceases to exist in my life. You might be very cold in cutting something off or out. And 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I feel like this is a good day to have conversations around home, family, personal matters, maybe also around matters that historically have been harder to talk about, because both you and the people that you're talking to are in a harmonious, kind of like pleasant state of mind. There's the ability to convey information sort of like in the air on both sides, in an impartial manner, in a detached manner, in an objective manner. And that always helps, especially when it comes to discussing things that could be emotionally overwhelming. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings, the first month of 2026. What does it look like for you, Leos? I will tell you what it looks like. It looks very busy. First and foremost, there is so much going on in your 6th house, which is the house of day-to-day work, routines, the house of maintenance, you could say. There's also loads going on a little bit later in the month in your 7th house of partnerships, collaborations, relationships. And I'm not just referring to romantic relationships. I always have to make a point of saying this, because there's going to be a few people out there saying, I am single, this does not apply to me. And to you, I say, yes, it does. You are not an island. It does apply to you. You have relationships with other people other than romantic partners. So there's loads going on in that part of the chart. There's also loads going on a little bit later in the month in terms of intense interactions with others, intense interactions with family members, colleagues. I want to say important people in your life in some shape or form, Leos, but let me not get ahead of myself. Let's start off with the very, very beginning. 1st of January, Mercury, the planet that rules the mind, the logical mind, the rational mind, moves into your house of day-to-day work all the way until the 20th of January. So you're going to be thinking a lot about work, talking to a lot of people, reaching out to people, sending messages. Mercury also rules your 2nd house of income. So until the 20th of January, you might be spending some money on health. Health is also quite a bit on your mind. Before it goes into Capricorn, literally on the 1st of January, it's going to square Neptune. I mean, you could be feeling a little bit, what's the word? Let me double check if I'm using the right word. Groggy. I had to Google it. Sometimes I Google in real time, like now. You might be feeling a little bit groggy from the day before. Maybe you've partied a little bit too much. It feels like conversations and communication in general is not necessarily the easiest on the 1st of January, but hey, maybe it's best that we all kind of sleep it out, because it's only the first day of the year. 3rd of January, however, we have a full moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after. In Cancer, it activates your 12th house, 6th house axis. So it's a full moon that puts the spotlight on health related matters as well as work and service matters. Health wise, if you have not been taking good care of yourselves, Leos, you might say, hey, I am ready to do something good in this direction. I'm ready to give up on a destructive habit. I am ready to stop smoking. I am ready to stop eating sugar, or whatever it is. It feels like you're ready to let go of something. If you're not ready to let go of something, you might feel like life is pushing you in this direction to maybe release a habit that is not necessarily that useful, that beneficial health-wise. There's also loads going on work-wise, and I know it's just the beginning of the year, But there may be changes in the workspace. You might hear news of people leaving, of some colleagues leaving, of some clients leaving. You might be leaving. You might be leaving your job. You might be getting ready to hand in your resignation 3rd of January, 3 days before, 3 days after. 6th of January, Sun conjunct Venus in your 6th house. I love this because it feels like you are getting a lot of support with professional matters as well as with health-related matters. You have the right people on your side. You have very competent, practical, but also very tactful people. People who know how to make things that are difficult seem easier and more pleasant to implement because they are on your side. A great day to reach a business agreement, a great day to go for a job interview. Maybe also a great day to go to potentially a doctor's appointment. But I feel like this is more sort of like relationship oriented than anything else. 8th of January, Venus conjuncts Mars. This is kind of like a very interesting mix between wanting to get things done, especially work-wise, you having a lot on your plate, not just professionally, but also in terms of your daily to-do list, and at the same time wanting to maintain a good relationship with the people that you interact with on a day-to-day basis without making them feel like you are sort of bossing them around and telling them what to do and being very, how should we put it? Not considerate of what is important to them. So I feel like you're going to have to find the mix between the two, between moving things along and also making sure that everyone feels included. 9th of January, the Sun conjuncts Mars in your 6th house, and you might feel this also a couple of days before, a couple of days after. This is opposing Jupiter. Jupiter is the ruler of, let's see, of your 8th house and of your 5th house. Oh gosh, this is probably one of the most challenging times of the month. We have a Mars Cazimi, so Mars gets intensified, which means conflicts could get intensified, but also action and sort of like assertive action could get intensified. And if you are in a position to dominate in the workspace, if you're in a position to lead projects in the workspace, I feel like you've got a lot of power, but there is a possibility you might rub someone the wrong way and the conflict could escalate and you might really step on some people's toes, and initially you don't think much of it, but then it blows up into this huge thing where other people get involved, where maybe some people no longer want to work with you. So what I'm trying to say is tread carefully and just be a little bit more considerate of how people could perceive your direct, straightforward, very sort of goal-oriented style. Nevertheless, there could still be big conflicts, big arguments erupting in the workspace, a lot of noise in the workspace, a lot of chaos in the workspace, and there could be a lot of stress potentially also on the body at the same time. Now, of course, this is not medical advice, so please take the advice of the doctor if anything comes up. But I feel like you're potentially burning the candle at both ends. I feel like you're potentially burning yourselves out, my lovely Leos, and it's bound to show up at some point. It's bound to result in potentially the body saying, hey, slow down, sleep, make sure you get rest, make sure you take breaks. 15th of January, Venus trines Uranus. Lovely day. The energy is active also the day before and the day after. A lovely, lovely time for, well, for a few things. For innovative solutions when it comes to professional matters. For surprisingly good results when it comes to work projects that maybe have been taking a little bit of a toll on you. I feel like all of a sudden someone comes in, or you come into someone's life in the workspace, and things immediately get easier. Really unconventional, but also very enjoyable interactions with people in the medical sphere, in the health and wellness sphere. Maybe you're going to the gym, maybe you're hitting it off with someone and you become gym buddies. I also believe you are really standing out for all the right reasons in a career environment. There could also be an unexpected career opportunity coming up around this time, around the 15th, as well as around the 20th of January, maybe a few days before, a few days after. That's when Mars is going to be trining Uranus. Venus goes into Aquarius, 17th of January. I love this. This transit is going to last all the way until the 10th of February. Why do I love it? I apologize. Give me 1 second. Why do I love this? I love it because it's probably going to make your relationships feel like a much easier kind of space to navigate. And you're going to need all the support that you can get relationship-wise and partnership-wise and collaborations-wise, Leo, because Mars is also joining Venus and the Sun there. A little bit later in the month, Mars is going into Aquarius on the 23rd of January. The Sun is going into Aquarius 20th of January. Mercury is going into Aquarius 20th of January. Also, Venus comes in and brings sweetness. It brings mediation. It brings understanding. It brings compromise. It brings some softness. It brings some pleasure. It brings values. It brings this sort of like congenial energy, and you're gonna need it, and I'll explain why. This can be a very, very good transit from the 17th of January until the 10th of February to do lovely, nice things for other people. And it's a very, very good time for business partnerships. Whether you're reaching out to other people, whether you're working on a one-to-one basis with clients, you are going to benefit from this transit. People are more inclined to say yes to you with Venus in the seventh house. Also on the 17th of January, the Sun trines Uranus, another win professionally, another win health-wise. I mean, if you've been having some health issues, maybe around the 9th of January, things are looking much, much better. 15th, 16th, 17th of January. New Moon in Capricorn, 18th of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in a harmonious aspect to Uranus and in a harmonious aspect to Saturn. So this, for some people, could bring in a new work project, Leos, a new work colleague, a new team work-wise, but also a new way of working day-to-day wise. This could also bring in new routines, a new structure when it comes to how you take care of yourselves health-wise. I feel like you are finally ready to get out of a rut. I feel like you are finally ready to make a transformation, either work-wise or health-wise or both. If you are experiencing any changes work-wise, please do not stress out, because you're going to come out on top. And they are, even if it doesn't seem like it immediately, they are benefiting your long-term career path, Leos. Now, 19th of January, Mercury trines Uranus. I feel like you are super inspired when it comes to bringing up unconventional, original, out-of-the-box solutions to professional problems, but you're also feeling very open to new ideas health-wise, I'd say. Sun goes into Aquarius, 20th of January. Like I said, you're going to be very invested in your relationships, partnerships, collaboration sector, but you might also feel like you've got, I repeat, some really strong enemies, some really powerful adversaries from the 20th of January, at least until the 27th, 28th. Now, the reason why I mentioned 27th, 28th, so 27th of January, active 3 days before, maybe 2 days before, 2 days after, Mars conjuncts Pluto. Mars is, well, the warrior. Mars is the energy of arguments, conflict, war. Mars cuts whatever is no longer necessary. It can be very sort of like attack oriented. It's the energy of competition. And I feel like there's a really strong, intense, potentially ruthless competitor on the horizon for you around that time. They will not hold back. They will not hold back from going the extra mile. They will act in very intense manners. They may, I don't want to say directly attack you, but it might feel like a direct kind of attack. They might try to undermine you. So someone with a lot of power might try to undermine you, maybe because they're also feeling threatened by you. Saturn, which disposits Mars at the time, and Pluto, is in the 8th house in Pisces. I feel like the reason why this person is maybe metaphorically kind of trying to attack your status, your belief system, your principles, your sort of like worldviews, is because they're feeling very hurt, but also insecure. And also because if this is happening in a business setup, they're not doing as well as they say they are doing from a financial and material perspective. So as much as they're kind of like trying to project strength, and maybe on a certain level they are very strong, where they're at right now is not ideal. Nevertheless, I think, I don't know if it's a saying or if it's just like a sort of like anecdotal thing that gets kind of like passed on from one person to the other. Someone who's wounded, and I think it's like a wounded animal or something like that, is generally, if I'm not mistaken, more dangerous. Because they've got nothing left to lose, and also because they feel very threatened. So tread carefully around your competition around the 27th of January. There can be some really intense conflicts, battles, quarrels with partners, business collaborators, but also with a parent, with an in-law, but maybe also with a significant other. If you have this kind of like intense quarrel and maybe someone feels betrayed, this intense, fight, literally, not physically, but it seems to be kind of like principles related, I would be very careful what you say, because some things cannot be unsaid, and the relationship might need to go through a massive reset after this. So it's kind of like an all or nothing type of energy. Now, if you have a partner, I would, and especially a life partner, I would tell them, and even to your parents, I would say, hey, don't do anything rash. Don't put yourselves in a dangerous kind of like setup. Don't take unnecessary risks, because Mars Pluto can bring intense physical incidents as well. Not necessarily for you, but for other people. Now I'm going to go a little bit back in time, a tiny little bit back in time. 20th of January, Venus conjuncts Pluto. 20th of January, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 27th, a couple of days before and a couple of days after. Lots is coming to the surface in terms of other people. Lots of new information or lots of secrets are coming to the surface, and a lot of relationships are going through an overhaul, transformation, reset, rebirth, and some relationships will not stand the test of these kind of things that are getting revealed. 20th of January, though, Venus conjunct Pluto can also either make you feel very obsessed with someone or make them obsessed with you. So the other way around, that's also very possible. I do like the 20th of January also because Mars trines Uranus. Again, good stuff work-wise. You're getting stuff done. You're moving rapidly. You're kind of like moving in a strategic manner as well. You're taking really smart and pragmatic action to transform things from a career perspective, to kind of like innovate things from a career perspective. Then 21st of January, Sun conjuncts Mercury. This is great for important conversations with other people, especially around money, goals for the future, important conversations with friends, with communities of people. So kind of if you need to address an audience, or if you need to talk to an advisor, consultant, take advantage of this. It's also a great day, 21st of January, to sign anything, really. Then 22nd of January, Mercury conjuncts Pluto, more information. that could sort of like make or break things in regards to someone is sort of popping up. Then Mars goes into Aquarius 23rd of January, and the Sun will conjunct Pluto. Like I said, loads of relationships are experiencing a reset in January. Then Neptune goes into Aries 26th of January, and Neptune's going to be there for many, 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 many years, starting to, or it already kind of like started to do this last year in March, starting to dissolve your existing belief system, my lovely Leos. And last but not least, 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I mean, things have calmed down on the interactions, relationships front, on the kind of like bombshells and unexpected kind of like big reveals happening relationship wise earlier in the month, especially from the kind of 20th until the 28th. And now you can sit down and talk things through with tact, with diplomacy, in a much kind of like calmer state of mind, in a much more kind of like detached way. And I do believe this is a great day to reach agreements. I also believe this is a great day to try to win people over. You probably will. And you seem to be very kind of open to being won over as well. Also very fruitful day for business partnerships that can kind of like result in win-win situations for everyone from a material perspective. 29th of January. That is Leo. My dear Virgos, Virgo suns, and Virgo risings. January of 2025. What is going on, Virgos? I think you're going to be pleased to hear that there is actually a lot of fun to be had in January. You might say, Rox, what are you talking about? January, first month of the year. Everyone wants to be productive. I'm like, yeah, you're probably going to be productive and have fun. But I did mention the word productive. It looks like your focus is kind of shifting a little bit more towards day-to-day work routines, health-related matters, all the things that need to be sort of worked through professionally and personally from most likely the 20th of January onwards. So let's not kind of get ahead of ourselves. Let me start off with the beginning. 1st of January, initially Mercury squares Neptune. I mean, you might have a few sort of like confusing conversations or interactions or very kind of murky interactions, maybe with some family members. Maybe it feels like the conversation isn't going anywhere, but literally on the same day, Mercury goes into Capricorn, into your 5th house. So you're going to be very focused on enjoying yourselves, doing the things that are kind of fun for you. Your mind is probably going to come up with a lot of creative ideas. You will probably be very creatively inspired, at least until the 20th of January, when Mercury goes into your day-to-day work sector and health-related sector. So that's when kind of like the personal focus shifts a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit. Although sometimes work can also be fun. I mean, why not? If you are involved in any sort of creative projects, please, please, please take advantage of the period between the 1st of January until the 20th, because that is when creativity is flowing, especially in the form of ideas. You might want to write things down. That's what I always say to people. Hey, don't just expect that you will remember something that you dreamt last night or that you thought about in the shower. Just kind of like write it down. In my phone, let's put it this way, in the notes section, literally, there are like hundreds and hundreds of notes. I have a Mars in Gemini, so some people might know what that means. I just write everything down, everything that seems cool, interesting. If I read something cool, if I want to remember it, if something crosses my mind, and then periodically I actually go back through my notes, because some people just write them down and they never go back through them. I do that, but at least there's something to go back to. 3rd of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Cancer. I love this. I mean, Virgos, I feel like you are celebrating something together with a group of friends, a community of people. Maybe you're going out, maybe you're meeting friends, maybe you are celebrating something together with a group of people and with a loved one. You could also be attending some sort of a group type of function. If you are parents, Virgos, with your child, I mean, maybe you're taking your child to, I don't know, like a birthday party, and you kind of stick around with the other parents, if the other parents are sticking around. In any case, there's kind of like a nice kind of celebratory vibe in the air. You might also be taking stock of how much you have achieved and how far you've come in terms of accomplishing your goals in the past at least 6 months. This is a time of achieving things, and maybe this is a time when you're accomplishing something together with other people in your life as well. Maybe together with a partner, maybe together with someone that was kind of like meant to support you. This could also be the time of a big win for one of your kids if you have kids, or maybe a time of pregnancy if you don't have kids. It's very possible. Now, if anyone's looking to get pregnant, and I'm looking especially at Virgo risings, not necessarily at Virgo suns, I would take advantage of the time when Venus is transiting through your 5th house, which is going to be all the way until the 17th of January. So Venus can be quite helpful in this direction. Not to mention that you also have Mars exalted through Capricorn, again in the 5th house, until the 23rd of January. So you can sort of like make this happen if that is your intention. Mars and Venus traveling together through this part of the chart, at least until the 17th of January, brings in a lot of focus on romantic matters, okay? And things can be uber romantic and very sexy, both for those who are in a relationship for a long time, but also for those who are maybe looking for a relationship. Maybe you are dating. I mean, it's a great time to date all the way until at least the 17th of January, when Venus gets out of this part of your out of this part of your chart. My favorite days for dating are the 6th of January, when the Sun conjuncts Venus, maybe also the 15th of January, but overall I do like the whole period. I also like the 17th of January, even though Venus has gotten out of your 5th house, because that's when the Sun is trining Uranus. So there could be kind of like a surprising romantic encounter with someone. But let's go back in time. 6th of January, Sun conjunct Venus, super romantic date. Venus Cazimi, also a day of creative inspiration, a day in which you might literally wake up with a creative idea and kind of like start implementing it. I feel like there could also be some really fun, enjoyable energy unfolding in your romantic sector, but somehow behind the scenes. Yes, because the Sun is involved, and the Sun rules your 12th house, Virgo risings. Now, this could also be the time to improve the relationship with a child or a romantic partner, because the 5th house rules both children and romantic partners. So if you've been having a bit of a harder time, I don't know, connecting with your significant other, take advantage of the 6th of January, take them out, do something nice for them, and you're probably going to really improve the relationship. 8th of January, Venus conjuncts Mars. This is a great day to have fun in kind of like physically active ways. I mean, it could be through participating in sports and games, going to maybe like a basketball game, or any kind of like games, any kind of like sports and game type of event. Also, you can have fun in a physical way with a romantic partner, if you know what I mean. Hey, you probably do, because you're not 3 years old. The one aspect that I'm sort of like a little bit on the fence about is 9th of January, active 2 days before, 2 days after, the Sun conjuncts Mars and opposes Jupiter. So this can be kind of like a really sexy energy. A lot of things can happen quite fast romantically, but there is a possibility for things to escalate into some form of a conflict or fight or argument. So you could have an argument with a friend over a disagreement concerning your romantic partner or their romantic partner. There is a possibility that you might get involved with someone romantically, and you're thinking, oh my God, how is this going to affect my friendship with XYZ, who maybe dated this person in the past? I mean, if you do that, then know that there can be potentially some repercussions, let's call them. I mean, you do you, Virgos. Big fights with people in a public setup. So if you are attending, let's say, a concert or any kind of group event, there's a possibility for things to get a little bit out of hand. I mean, sometimes it just takes one spark. You bump into someone and they get all sort of belligerent, and all of a sudden they're like shoving people around and saying, oh, do you want to fight it out? I mean, does that happen anymore? I feel like maybe that does still happen in some circles. I feel like I'm saying this to Virgos who are like generally the very non-conflictual signs of the zodiac. But sometimes you can get dragged into all sorts of things. Speaking of conflicts, your child might have a huge fight, not physical, but they might get into an argument with a friend, and once again, it could all escalate, and it could result in them, in your child wanting to end the friendship. So that's why I'm a little bit on the fence about this. Now, the best way to probably use this energy is to maybe work out, but don't overdo it, because there is a tiny little bit of a risk of physical incidents and physical accidents, as there is around the 27th of January, give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after. That's when there's again a little bit of a risk of accidents, of kind of like physically overdoing things, especially if you're working out, if you're going to the gym, or if you're doing a lot of physical kind of day-to-day work. I don't know, if you're carrying heavy stuff, if you're, let's say, in the middle of renovating the home and you are carrying stuff around, be careful around the 27th of January when Mars conjuncts Pluto. If you're looking to win kind of like a big game, the 9th of January, a couple of days before and a couple of days after, could actually work out really nicely in your favor. But not everyone's going to be happy for you, I will say this. And you're probably going to be disappointed, even though you won. You're going to be disappointed not because of the win, but because of this person. And you might reevaluate whether it's worth keeping them around or not. So yeah, that's why it's a little bit of a trickier energy. 15th of January, Venus trines Uranus. Like I said, lovely time to go out, to date, to say yes to maybe a blind date, or to date someone online, because Uranus, hey, is the planet of technology. You might also be creatively inspired by, well, by a few things. I always say this, and I don't even know if people do it, but I do it, by a trip to the museum, by going to the theater. You might be kind of like inspired. You might have an aha moment. Maybe you're also having an aha moment in terms of the big picture of your life. You're like, I realize this all makes sense all of a sudden. I realize why I had to go through these things. There could also be a pleasant surprise connected with foreign lands and foreign countries. Maybe a friend is all of a sudden coming to visit you, and you did not see this coming, but you really like them, and you're like, hey, I welcome you in. Surprising opportunities to make money can also come up around this time, because Venus rules your house of income, and you might have fun whilst doing it as well. Now, 17th of January, Venus goes into Aquarius in your house of day-to-day work and health, and this is going to make a lot more enjoyable the process of sticking to a healthy routine. I do want to flag that pretty much from the 20th until the 28th of January, you're very, 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 very strongly aspected in transforming your routines, my dear Virgos. It feels like something needs to go through a reset, health-wise, physically, wellness-wise. There could also be a lot of information, new to you, but maybe like hidden information that's been sort of lurking around, coming to the surface from the 20th until the 28th. And you need to kind of take that into account when it comes to how you take care of yourselves moving forward, my dear Virgos. You might make a lot of changes to your health-related habits, also in terms of the people that you work with. So let's say you had a personal trainer and you decide, nah, I'm done with this person. I'm going to start working with someone else. Maybe you've been working with an acupuncturist and they tell you, hey, I'm moving across the country. We can no longer work together. So you're going to have to find a new acupuncturist. So a lot of transformations happening in this part of your chart, pretty much from the 20th until the 28th of January. A lot of transformations also happening work-wise. And I feel like this is where you're going to benefit from Venus being on your side, because Venus sweetens the deal, softens the deal, softens the energy a little bit. But boy, do we have a lot of Pluto aspects in your 6th house from the 20th of January onwards. So let me take a bit of a step back. 17th of January, I think I did mention that the sun will also trine Uranus. If I didn't, then here I am mentioning it. Great day, great time for traveling, as is the 15th of January. Great time for physical travel, but also for booking plane tickets, if you will. Also, 15th and 17th, fantastic dates when it comes to academic matters. I feel like you are getting some really lovely surprises coming in when it comes to your education. Maybe you have been accepted into a prestigious university or something along those lines. New Moon in Capricorn, 18th of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after, conjunct Mercury, conjunct Mars, and in a harmonious aspect to Uranus and to Saturn. I love this. I mean, for some people, this could mean the kickoff of a new creative project in collaboration with someone else. It could mean for others, the beginning of a new chapter romantically, because the 5th house is the house of romantic love. It doesn't matter whether you're single or whether you are already in a relationship. I absolutely firmly believe that even those who are in a relationship could benefit from a fresh start romantically sometimes, from kind of new energy coming in, doing new things together, having new experiences together, or deciding to work on the relationship in new ways. Because there's a reason why in astrology, Saturn, the planet of work, is exalted in Libra, sign of relationships, because relationships take work to last, to stand the test of time. So don't be afraid to put in the work. If a relationship is important to you, make it a priority. Make it a job. I mean, I know that sounds unexciting, but sometimes you got to slot that time in. You can't rely on spontaneity. You can't rely on, oh, maybe we're not going to be busy so that we can go out on a date, I don't know, later this month, and it never happens. Put it in the calendar. Get it done. Make time. So fresh start romantically. This could also be a fresh start for some Virgo risings, especially when it comes to the children's sector. Some of you could be experiencing pregnancies or really good news connected with your existing children. If you have children, maybe they're starting to work on something very important to them, such as, I don't know, their college application. I feel like you're supporting them, you're proud of them, and there is this sort of like very fresh energy in the air of you feeling somehow super kind of like happy and relieved that your kids are going in this direction, in a certain kind of like life direction. Mercury trines Uranus. Your mind is kind of on fire, brimming with novel, exciting, innovative ideas, and there may be an unexpected invitation coming in. Maybe from overseas, unexpected good news from legal entities, from academic entities, from educational institutions. I told you this is a very good month. I mean, Virgos, this is a very, very good month for you. I kid you not. Even with all the changes happening kind of day-to-day wise, health-wise and routines-wise later down the line from the 20th of January onwards. That's when Mercury goes into your house of health and work. The sun goes into the same part of the chart. Initially, 20th of January, Venus conjuncts Pluto. The relationship with a colleague, coworker, or health-related practitioner might experience a transformation, as in some of them might go out of your life completely. This could also be the time when you decide to finally start investing in your health. Venus rules your money, and I feel like you're going to prioritize, maybe in new ways, doing the things that are important to you health-wise. New people could be coming into the workplace. I did mention that, but that's pretty much a theme, 20th of January until the 28th, essentially. I would not be surprised if some of you literally started new jobs throughout this period, even though we don't have like a new moon or a full moon here, especially a new moon. There's so much shifts happening. There's so many changes happening day-to-day wise. It might just feel like you're starting fresh work-wise. Sun conjunct Mercury, 21st of January. Great day to have an interview, to make a presentation, to make a speech work-wise. Then Mercury conjuncts Pluto, 22nd of January. Be careful how you use the information that you have access to, because information is power, especially in the workspace. Then the Sun conjuncts on the 23rd of January Pluto in this part of your chart. Maybe things come to the surface that reveal how either some people or some factors that you were not aware of were sabotaging your work. And now that you know of them, you can adjust, you can adapt, you can sort of make things function much better, because you know what's been going on behind the scenes. I do have to mention this, Virgos. Health-wise, something's got to give, something's got to change. The sooner you embrace that, the sooner you embrace that, maybe as early as the 17th of January, the easier the change is going to flow. The more you wait, if you wait until the sort of 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, the more intense the need for change becomes, to the point where something could crack, or you might experience an inflammation of some sorts. By the way, this is not medical advice. Please take the advice of your doctor. So to the point where something could crack and you realize, I don't have a choice. I need to make this change. I believe you already know of these changes, or you might already be kind of thinking about them or envisaging them. 26th of January, Neptune goes into Aries, into your 8th house. For the foreseeable future, for the next good few years, it does look like Neptune's going to bring in sort of like new dreams, new ideals, new visions, and potentially also a sense of lack of clarity, a sense of confusion when it comes to other people's money, when it comes to your partner's money, your partner's finances. Neptune is also likely to dissolve any financial support, or at least some financial support that you're getting from others. So maybe you've got a partner and initially they have a little bit of a harder time financially and you have to figure things out financially on your own, or maybe you have to support them selflessly for some time. More is going to be revealed on that, if I'm being super straightforward, as March and April come along. Maybe even as early as the second half of February when Saturn comes in, but more shall be revealed. 27th of January, active 2 days before, 2 days after. The Mars-Pluto conjunction is saying, do not fight battles that you are not prepared to take to the very, very, very end with colleagues and co-workers. And there may be a need to act fast and intensely from a health perspective. But if you've already started making these kind of changes health-wise, which I did mention at an earlier point throughout the forecast, then you may feel ready to kind of like go that extra mile, let's say. And 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus, a really lovely day for collaborations that have maybe an artistic or creative or design or aesthetic side to them in the workspace. You might also just really get along very, very well with a colleague and feel like, hey, you're my bestie. We should work on all projects together from now on. You might be benefiting from friendships in the workspace. You might also be helping someone and kind of like strengthening the relationship with them in the workspace. And you might really hit it off with someone from a health standpoint and decide, okay, boom, I'm going to hire you. You are going to be my next naturopath or nutritionist. And that is Virgos. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings, January of 2026. What does it have in store for you, lovely Libras? Well, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of focus on your home life, family life, living situation, personal life this month, as well as a lot going on when it comes to children, for those of you who have kids, but also when it comes to your romantic life, how you have fun, how you enjoy yourselves a little bit later down the line, especially from the 20th of January onwards. I mean, it kind of begins around the 17th, but especially from the 20th of January onwards as Aquarius season begins. But let's go back in time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's start off with the 1st of January. Initially, Mercury is going to square Neptune. You might be feeling a little bit sort of confused as to what's next for you work-wise, maybe what you should be focusing on as the new year kicks off. That sort of confusion is not going to last. You will have clarity further down the line, so don't worry about it too much. Don't stress about it too much. You might have maybe a message from a colleague or a coworker or even a boss that just kind of like throws you off a tiny little bit, but I repeat, stress not, it will be okay. My recommendation, if possible, would be to maybe not drive around the 1st of January because you could be experiencing delays on the road, or there could be something a bit off with the car. Also on the 1st of January, Mercury goes into Capricorn, into your 4th house, and it essentially joins so many planets that are there. The Sun, Venus, Mars. It's a 4th house party. Your mind is going to be very focused on home matters, family related matters. And we're going to talk about that as the month kind of unfolds. 3rd of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a full moon in Cancer, activating your public life, but also your personal life axis, also the parents axis, the parental axis. Something is coming together when it comes to your professional life. Maybe you're making a decision. That decision could also impact where you're going to live next. I feel like you're ready to grow somehow professionally. Maybe you are actually growing. Maybe you're getting a promotion. Maybe you're getting a very well-paid job. Maybe you're stepping up. Maybe you are ready to take a leap of faith professionally. I repeat, this is going to somehow affect your personal life and maybe your living situation. So let's say if you're ready to grow career-wise, you might need to take into account the fact that you're going to be traveling more. So maybe you're going to have to find an alternative arrangement for your kids. So maybe you're going to have to kind of hire a babysitter for a longer period of time, or for like 5 days a week instead of 3 days, instead of 3 days a week. In any case, things are going on professionally, probably good things, but they are reverberating into your home life. That's going to kind of like need to be reorganized, shuffled around. There is a possibility that a parent could be bringing something to a close in their life, especially connected with either their career or their living situation. Maybe they're finally deciding to retire, or maybe they're finally selling their home. So these things are also very, very possible. 6th of January, Sun conjunct Venus. I feel like you could have a very fruitful conversation with a family member about plans for the future. You're on the same page. Venus Cazimi is super beneficial. I can't stress this enough for agreements, for getting on the same page with someone. It is a good time to buy a house. It is a good time to sign a contract, to enter some sort of a deal connected with home and property. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be property purely connected with your personal life. If you're looking to buy, I don't know, a building for your business, then this is a great time to do this. It's also a great time to welcome friends into your home. 8th of January, Venus conjuncts Mars in your 4th house. You're both eager to get things done home-wise, but you're eager to get them done together with maybe a family member or a significant other. So you want both speed as well as collaboration, as well as everyone to get on board. Is that doable? I think so. But someone's going to have to take the lead. And I don't know if you want to do it, if you want to kind of throw the ball into someone else's court, maybe a bit of a mix of both. Maybe you're nudging someone to take the lead and to get done whatever it is that you want to achieve around the house. There could also be a little bit of kind of friendly banter between you and a family member. Sun conjunct Mars, 9th of January, active a couple of days before, a couple of days after, opposing Jupiter. This energy could go both ways. I'm not going to lie. On the one hand, this energy could bring major arguments, major conflicts with a family member, especially a parent, but maybe also a significant other, so a spouse. I feel like there's a possibility of huge clashes in mentality. I believe that the only way for this to move forward is for someone to give in, and it might be you that needs to give in, not because you're not right, Libras, but because it is not worth the energy to keep on fueling this this conflict of some sorts. It looks like there could be an important male figure that's kind of like at the center of this conflict. They are trying to impose their will. They're trying to do things their way. You're kind of trying to be a tiny bit more diplomatic and to address things in a much more tactful manner. But I don't know if they're gonna budge. So it might just be that you need to find an alternative way of kind of making things work with this person on a day-to-day basis. So the possibility for big conflicts with important figures. It could be a big conflict with also a friend that feels like family. And again, there is this focus on clashes of beliefs and worldviews. There is a possibility that this could also work in your favor, Libras. Now, you might be wondering how. With a big conflict energy in the air, how is that going to function? Well, Saturn, which disposits of all those planets in Capricorn, it disposits of the Sun, it disposits of Mars, it disposits of all the planets currently transiting through Capricorn. Saturn is going to be in Pisces in your 6th house of day-to-day work, in a harmonious aspect to Uranus in the 8th house. So even though maybe you're feeling somehow on edge a tiny little bit because of what's going on with this clash that you're experiencing, if you act in a subtle manner on a day-to-day basis and potentially also take a more stealthy approach to transform things without being so loud as this other person, you're probably going to be able to kind of eschew the wrath of this person. So I'm just saying, it's possible. There's also a possibility that this energy could be used in your favor, especially if you want to make major changes at home, in your personal life, if you want to move. Now's the time to kind of take advantage of an opportunity career-wise or connected with your public life and say, okay, I'm doing it. Let's make this work. Even though there might be someone in the home, maybe someone that you live with, that is not necessarily immediately going to be thrilled because of this thing going on. 15th of January, Venus trines Uranus. Unexpectedly almost. The relationship with a family member seems to be improving. You might also be spending money on a home-related matter. You might also be gifting something to someone. I feel like you want to bring them onto your side. You want to sweeten the whole relationship that you've got with them. Maybe things have been a little bit rough, and now you've found a way to bring them onto your side. This could also be a good time in terms of, well, maybe it's going to sound super straightforward, but astrology is about life. This could be a good time to transform things around the house from an aesthetic perspective. And the energy continues to support you in this direction also, not just on the 15th, on the 16th, on the 17th, maybe even on the 18th, I dare say. On the 17th, Venus goes into Aquarius in your 5th house. So the fun begins. You can now sort of like catch your breath and say, okay, things have been a little bit up and down, very intense at home, very intense in your personal life. You can let your hair down, you can enjoy life, you can have fun, maybe you can spend more time with your kids, with your loved ones, with a romantic partner. And speaking of romantic partners, Venus transiting the 5th house from the 17th of January until the 10th of February is going to be super, super, super supportive. If you are in a relationship, it's going to be very supportive of you rekindling that spark with your significant other. If you are single, then maybe it's time to try out the dating apps. I mean, I know people have very mixed feelings about the dating apps. I know, I totally know that. But Venus in Aquarius loves the dating apps, and they also seem to work for this energy. because Aquarius is the sign of technology. So just putting it out there. New one in Capricorn, 18th of January. This could be the time when you either move into a new home or start a new chapter at home. It could be a chapter that has very kind of practical implications. Maybe you're renovating, maybe you're selling, maybe you're buying. In any case, the new chapter involves some form of transformation that makes you feel relieved, that makes you feel excited for the kind of like fresh energy and the change of scenery potentially. The new one is also in a sextile to Saturn, so I believe that the new chapter is kind of like going to take a while to implement, and it's going to have a day-to-day slow and steady feel to it. But hey, as long as you get it done, who minds the kind of like slower and steady pace of things. 19th of January, Mercury trines Uranus. I feel like this could be a day of good news from a financial perspective, or maybe you see some kind of like quick wins or unexpected wins from a financial perspective, especially if you have investments. By the way, this is not financial advice, so please keep that in mind. Take this information as entertainment, pure entertainment only. You might also be surprised by what something says around the 19th of January. Libras, maybe you have a very kind of refreshing? Yeah, you could say it could be a conversation with a family member, potentially an in-law. Let's put it out there. And maybe you feel a sense of relief because you've kind of taken some things off your chest and they have reacted very, very well. Then a little bit later on the 20th of January, the Sun joins Venus in Aquarius. More focus, more spotlight being placed on your fun sector, passions, hobbies, creative endeavors, but also children. Venus conjuncts Pluto. Well, this could go either way on the 20th of January. I mean, on the one hand, you could have a very kind of like intense romantic encounter with someone, and maybe I will say it, Pluto can be quite obsessive. Maybe they seem totally like smitten with you and a tiny little bit obsessed with you, but maybe you're a tiny little bit obsessed with them and you try to hide it very, very, very well. So I repeat, it could go either way. This conjunction could also bring the transformation of a romantic relationship for better or for worse. I dare say it's probably for better. I'm an optimist. I cannot lie, but there's a reason why I believe this could be for the better, because Saturn, which rules over all the planets in Aquarius, is going to be in a nice aspect to Uranus and to Mars. So sometimes a restart, a reset, a refresh is exactly what we need for things to function moving forward. You might also experience a positive transformation of your relationship with a child, if you have children. 21st of January, Sun conjunct Mercury. You are very, very inspired creatively and mentally, and maybe it is worth talking about whatever creative ideas you've got, sharing them with the world, because they're probably going to be very well received. Great day to talk to your kids, great day to speak in public, great day to write creatively, 21st of January. And also great day for socialization in general. 22nd of January, Mercury conjuncts Pluto. You're finding out more things that have been buried or hidden in connection with a romantic interest or in connection with a child, potentially, if you have children. If not, then of course this does not apply. Then 23rd of January, Mars goes into Aquarius, so things are starting to kind of like speed up when it comes to the romantic side of things. And you might also, until the 2nd of March, really enjoy more kind of martial activities, which are competitions, for example, or physical activities such as playing sports and games, maybe together with other people, because hey, Aquarius is an air sign, and it is the sign of groups of people. The Sun will also conjunct Pluto in your 5th house. Potentially the relationship with a friend is on the verge of changing because of things that are going on either in your romantic life or in their romantic life, or because maybe you are now romantically involved with them and the friendship itself is experiencing a shift. 26th of January, Neptune comes back into Aries. It already transited Aries a tiny little bit in 2025 from the end of March until the end of October, if I'm not mistaken. And now it's here to stay for years. So Neptune is going to dissolve your kind of like existing approach to relationships. I will just say it, Libras. It's going to bring in new people, new ideals, new aspirations, but do be careful because Neptune can be a little bit of a liar. Let's just call it out. Neptune can be a little bit of a liar. So if people start coming into your life from the end of January onwards and you're thinking, hey, this person is too good to be true, investigate, do your due diligence, because they can be really good actors. I wanted to say con artists. I'm just going to put it out there. 27th of January, Mars conjunct Pluto. This could go either way. You could have you could have a really good time on a physical level with someone that you are involved with romantically. So maybe that's a very positive manifestation of this energy. This could also bring in physical danger whilst doing fun things. Would I recommend bungee jumping around the 27th of January, give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after? No, I would recommend actually, and of course you have free will, I would recommend staying away from potentially dangerous activities around the 27th of January. I would also, even if they seem fun on the surface, I would also recommend treading cautiously when it comes to group type of activities around the 27th of January. I mean, it could be something super innocuous, like going to a concert and all of a sudden someone starts a fight in the crowd and it all escalates and it kind of gets intensified. So just putting it out there. Mars Pluto can also bring intense fights and arguments with children or lovers. Let's face it. Things can go either way. So especially when it comes to, I mean, obviously a child is like still your child, but when it comes to lovers, if you are going to confront them or if they confront you, do be prepared for things to go either way. The relationship could either experience a complete rebirth for the better, or it could be kind of completely over. It's possible. And then 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I mean, any conversations that you have around this day are probably going to go very smoothly, especially conversations with children, educators. I want to say conversations with people around money. Any conversations that you might have around your health are probably going to go very, very smoothly. And generally, this is a very good day to also write creatively and present things in a sort of beautiful, artistic, aesthetically pleasing manner. That is Libra. My dear Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. January of 2026. What's going on in the sky, Scorpios? Loads of things are happening astrologically, especially when it comes to the following topics, Scorpios. Home life, family life, living situation, your personal life in general. But there's also quite a bit going on, Scorpios, when it comes to your education, travel, short distance travel, talking to people, lots of meetings, lots of encounters. So let's start off with the 1st of January. 1st of January, Mercury squares Neptune. I feel like you're having a conversation that's not really going anywhere with potentially a loved one, a romantic partner, maybe a child. You might feel more confused at the end of the conversation than at the beginning, but fret not. You will have the opportunity to clarify things over the next few days. Also on the 1st of January, Mercury goes into Capricorn. So you're going to be very busy, both mentally as well as in terms of having to send emails, having to reach out to people, having to maybe get back in touch with friends. I feel like you're also very focused on writing and reading over the next, I want to say, at least couple of weeks. You might actually be very focused on these topics all the way until, let's see, all the way until the 20th of January, when the sun exits this part of your chart. But in the meantime, loads going on. I also feel like giving you a bit of a heads up. If you need to fix your car, if you need to deal with any sort of like paperwork connected with cars, transportation, that is probably coming up this month, especially for Scorpio risings. 3rd of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon in Cancer. It activates your travel axis, but also your educational axis. So a few things seem to be going on here. If you're waiting for a response from an institution, an academic institution, you're probably going to get your answer, and it's probably going to be a yes. It's probably going to be a positive response. Let's say you applied for a master's program, or let's say you are waiting for, I don't know, the final results on the thesis that you submitted. Well, I can tell you, of course, astrology doesn't tell us concrete manifestation, but this full moon is happening in co-presence with Jupiter. I can tell you that you're probably happy when it comes to the overall outcome. You might also hear news connected with legal matters if you are involved in anything that has a legal aspect to it. So let's say if you applied for visas, residency, foreign visas, let's say you're planning a trip abroad and you've applied for your visa for, I don't know, Thailand or some country out there, some other country out there that you might be looking to travel to, you're probably going to get your visa. A lot of people could actually genuinely be traveling. I mean, why do I say genuinely? They could physically be traveling, or booking plane tickets, or planning a trip, sitting down with people, looking into the itinerary of a trip, because I believe that if you are indeed traveling, you're probably not traveling on your own. You're probably planning to either travel or physically traveling with loved ones. Important conversations are happening, and I feel like you are reaching some form of an agreement with someone at this point in time. The spotlight could also be placed at the time of this full moon for those of you who are married. It could be placed on in-laws. You might have, I don't know, like a meeting. You might have a meeting in your calendar with your in-laws. That sounds ominous. No, it's not. No, it's not. It actually seems to be really like a good experience, an enjoyable experience for everyone involved. And if you are planning to launch anything, I'm thinking especially of those of you who are working in marketing, advertising, communications, PR, or in the publishing sphere. I believe that you've got your strategy set straight around the 3rd of January, and you know exactly, boom, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to launch things, this is what's happening. So I feel like you are confident in the way forward on this front. 6th of January, superb day. So this is probably one of the best days of January. We have a Venus Cazimi in the sky. Sun conjunct Venus in your 3rd house. A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day for one or several of the following. Let's see. For romance, obviously, because Venus is also the ruler of your 7th house of relationships, it's a great day to take someone on a date, to take your significant other on a date, to say yes to a date if you are sort of like out there looking for a significant other. It's a great day to reach an agreement, to sign a business deal, a business partnership, to sign a contract of some sorts, to present something to someone that could turn into a business partner, that could turn into a client, an important client of some sorts. You seem to have tremendous clarity on where you stand in relation to someone else, especially on the professional front, on the business front. So I did mention this could be romantic, but there's this kind of like strong undertone of like business and getting together for kind of like practical reasons. You know exactly where you stand, and you seem to feel once again confident in moving forward with working with this person. I also believe that it's generally a great day for business meetings, for presentations, for sales, for purchases. And I did mention a car. So if you're looking to buy a car, I absolutely like the 6th of January. Or if you're looking to buy any means of transportation, like a bike, for instance, I once again like the 6th of January. Good news also around this time, maybe also a few days before, a few days after, from siblings or cousins or the local community or your neighbors. I'm liking it. 8th of January, and you might feel the energy the day before and the day after. I feel like you are really keen, really eager to get in touch with someone, to move things along when it comes to a collaboration. You might be very direct, very straightforward, very blunt in the way that you address them, because you don't have any time to waste. And I actually believe that they don't have any time to waste either. And they appreciate the fact that you are super straightforward, super kind of like to the point. 9th of January. This is a little bit more of a tricky day. 9th of January, maybe also the day before and the day after, the Sun and Mars are coming together. The 9th of January is actually the day of the Mars Cazimi. Now, why is it tricky? It could be a tricky day, but it could also have its benefits now that I'm thinking about it, because Mars is your chart ruler, Scorpios. So it could be a tricky day because around this time, we've got this opposition between the Sun, Mars, and Jupiter in Cancer. So you might have a very open, should we call it debate? Let's call it debate. Should we call it argument? Let's call it argument. It feels like you are presenting your case. It feels like you are defending your case. It feels like you are not on the same page with someone who has a lot of influence, a lot of clout, a lot of power when it comes to it could be a philosophical matter, it could be a political matter, it could be a strategic matter. It feels like something that you say might hurt someone's feelings. And that was not your intention in any shape or form, but whatever you do have to say probably has to be said, even though the reaction on the other side is probably going to be, I mean, there could even be tears, if I'm being honest. The reaction on the other side could be super emotional, overly emotional, if you're the one to ask. Nevertheless, if you stand up for what's right, if you stand up for what is morally correct, then you can't go wrong. I do, however, believe that you need to be cautious when it comes to using that proverbial scorpionic sting, you know? The sarcasm, the irony, the sting, the pinpointing the truth in a very blunt manner, because ultimately I don't believe you're out there to hurt anyone. I do believe you might get a little bit annoyed. You might get a little bit frustrated with the way things are done, either on a legal front, or when it comes to an educational matter, or when it comes to something that's got to do with travel or communications. And you're probably going to take action and say, "Hey, I'm done with this. I'm like, I'm calling the dean. This has to stop." 15th of January, Venus trines Uranus, another superb day. You've got some really beautiful days coming up, Scorpios. Another superb day for unexpected but very pleasant encounters with people. You might surprise someone. You might also be surprised by them in turn. You could get some sort of good news from a business partner or a consultant or an advisor, or maybe someone that you haven't spoken to in a long time. You also seem to be mentally kind of like inspired to find solutions to a problem that you've been dealing with by someone that you talk to. So talk to people. That is my recommendation. Venus goes into Aquarius, 17th of January, in your 4th house of home and family and living situation. So from the 17th of January all the way until, let me double check, all the way until when? All the way until sometime in February. But let me give you exact dates, Scorpios, because maybe you want to write things down in your calendar. I've heard people take notes based off of my horoscopes. So Venus goes into Pisces on the 10th of February. So 17th of January until the 10th of February, you're probably going to really enjoy spending time at home, spending time with family members, maybe hosting people at home, welcoming people in your home, beautifying the home. It's a great time to socialize within the confines of your home. So again, maybe you want to host a dinner party, or to socialize with people in their homes, potentially. The Sun also trines Uranus on the 17th of January. You are on a roll when it comes to some really important interactions, professionally and business-wise. And the 17th of January is another very, very, very good day to talk to people, to present them your findings, your research, to persuade them to come onto your side. New one in Capricorn, 18th of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This one is conjunct Mercury, it's conjunct Mars, and it is trining Uranus. I love this. I love it. I love it for a variety of reasons. You might start learning something. You might sign up for a course, for a class. You might start working with a mentor, with a coach, with an advisor, with a consultant. This could be the official beginning of a new collaboration. I feel like the collaboration has a very kind of practical focus, a very sort of like practical purpose. I would also have a think about who is it that you want to reach out to that can help you achieve your goals around this time. Who is it that you want to learn from? Because I do feel like this new moon, it can be focused on learning. It can be focused on learning a new practical skill, or it can be focused on learning how to better utilize in practice your existing set of skills. I feel like whatever it is that you're learning or whatever it is that you're talking about with another person is very enjoyable for you and is allowing you to further explore something that you've been passionate about for a long time. Let's say you've, I don't know, wanted to learn how to play the piano for a long time, but you never got around to it. And let's face it, you can't learn how to play the piano in, I don't know, like a couple of weeks. So now you might be finally moving forward with this project, with this goal, with this desire. Speaking of desire, I feel like you really, really want this. And I feel like this is very important for you because it's significant in your process of self-growth and self-development. 19th of January, Mercury trines Uranus. Fantastic sort of innovative ideas come up in your conversations with other people. I feel like you can mix in your conversations with other people, the old and the new, the traditional and the progressive. And you just seem to be very kind of like stimulated by the interactions that you have with others this month. If I'm being really honest, Scorpios, it's nice, okay? The Sun also goes into your house of home on the 20th of January in Aquarius. So the focus is going to be on home matters, family matters, and so on. Venus conjuncts Pluto. I feel like someone in the home has a surprise for you, and they're probably going to reveal it. Mars is also going to trine Uranus. You probably did not see this coming, which is why I believe it's a surprise. Maybe it's something that a family member kept secret, or maybe a partner kept secret, but it's not a bad thing. I mean, I know you have like a mixed relationship with secrets, Scorpios, because, hey, sometimes secrets can get us all paranoid. But I feel like you're going to be happy when you find out what the secret actually is. And I also believe that a relationship with someone from the family can undergo an important transformation, probably for the better. Probably for the better, because there is a lot of love between the two of you. 21st of January, Sun conjunct Mercury, Mercury Kazimi in your house of home and family. Another day for important conversations. Sit down, talk to people that are close to you, talk to your parents, talk to your partner, talk to family members. There's clarity as to how to move forward on a home matter, family matter, and personal life matter. To me, it looks like the second half of January, but especially from the 20th of January onwards, Scorpios, there is a major focus on something shifting, something transforming in the home or in your personal life. And I believe that probably the best days to talk about these things are 20th, 21st, and 22nd of January. Mercury also conjuncts Pluto on the 22nd of January. Now, do be careful what you say on the 22nd of January, because your words are really going to have a lot of weight. And also the words from others are going to hit hard, not necessarily in a negative way, but they will be very impactful. So words have a lot of power. Mars goes into your fourth house of home. Also, Mars is your chart ruler until the 2nd of March. Last week of January, so from the 23rd of January, Mars is saying, okay, now we're going to direct our attention, our energy, our stamina, our willpower towards making things happen on the family front. There's probably going to be a lot of work for you at home, connected with your living situation, connected with your family situation. Maybe you've got literal work to do for the family or on behalf of the family. Maybe you are going to help, I don't know, your parents renovate their bathroom. That's probably like a very non-exciting example, but I'm sure you can think of better examples. Remember that the astrology is purely symbolic, okay? The one thing to keep in mind from the 23rd of January until the 2nd of March is Mars might make you a little bit more belligerent at home, so more demanding, more direct, more dominating, and yeah, just be careful with that, especially around the 27th of January, give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after, when Mars will conjunct Pluto, okay? So you do not want to hurt people with your words. You also don't want to move too fast with all the things that you have to get done around the house. I feel like you're in a rush to fix things, repair things, solve things. Do be careful around the 27th of January because there is a possibility of something breaking, of something falling apart. Equally, if you're doing renovations around the house, it could just be an aspect of transformation around the house. I also would love for you to keep this at the back of your mind, Scorpios, but also for any family members to keep this at the back of their minds. 27th of January, a couple of days before and a couple of days after, these are days where there is a potential for accidents to happen at home. How can you counteract that? Take it slow, don't rush, be careful when you use sharp tools, be careful when you use hot tools, be careful when you work with electricity, especially. Something could be malfunctioning on the electrical side of things. Hey, we've got a lot of planets in Aquarius, aka electricity, so just take it slow. The remedy to Mars is more Saturn. Take it slow, take it easy, don't rush into things. And if you notice something is a little bit off, do not try to do it yourselves and fix it yourselves, Scorpios, but call someone in. And 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus in your 4th house of home. Once again, I feel like you've got some really kind of good ideas as to how things can be improved around the house. I feel like if there have been any issues with family members, maybe any quarrels, any fights, especially around the 27th of January, on the 29th, you're probably going to sit down, make peace, find a way to work together moving forward. So kind of like peace and communication is restored around that time. And also, if you need anyone to solve any problems around the house, especially problems connected with anything malfunctioning around the 27th of January, then on the 29th, you're probably bringing that person in, whether it's the electrician or the plumber or whoever could be the person who has the answer to your issues. That is Scorpios. My dear, dear, dear Sagittarius. Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. January of 2026. What a month. What a month you've got ahead of you, Sagittarians. I have some really good news. I also want to give you a little bit of a heads up around some dates, to be careful, to not jump into anything, metaphorically, but also literally. So let's start off with the 1st of January. Mercury initially squares Neptune. You might be a little bit disillusioned or disappointed with a family member based off of a conversation that you've had. Now, I would not stress out too much about it because I do believe you're going to find a way to reach an agreement over the course of the weeks ahead. But if you're feeling misunderstood, I mean, sometimes you just have to make peace with the fact that not everyone sees things the same way that you see them. I mean, everyone's got their own truth, as they say. 3rd of January, full moon in Cancer, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Co-present with Jupiter. This is lovely. So I feel like, why is it lovely? I feel like you're paying off some debts, Sagittarians, or you're paying off your taxes, maybe you're paying off a loan, and it's lovely because you are feeling relieved. And I believe that is a beautiful feeling to experience. I also believe that if you were waiting for news regarding a loan, a mortgage, a sponsorship, a bursary, something of that nature, you're probably going to hear news around the 3rd of January. It's probably going to be news that makes you happy, so you're probably getting the green light for your mortgage. I also believe that if you are in a relationship, if you're in a partnership, it could be your partner that maybe gets a bonus or that receives a lump sum of money, a significant amount of money that seems to actually make a difference for the better when it comes to the household, let's say. Last but not least, you could literally be focusing a great deal on financial matters around the 3rd of January, and especially on any involvement that you have with other people from a financial perspective. So maybe you are talking to your accountant, you're going through your taxes, maybe you're sending invoices, and so on. 6th of January, superb day. Superb day. Sun conjunct Venus Cazimi in your 2nd house of income. Why is this so beautiful? Because I believe, first of all, that you're getting paid. I also believe you could be entering some sort of an agreement, some sort of a partnership, a collaboration that is going to pay off beautifully from a financial perspective. Maybe you're hearing news of you getting a raise. Maybe you are interviewing for a job that's coming with way more money for you. I feel like the relationship with someone on the work front, on the professional front, is finally paying off. You're also maybe you're kind of like hitting it off fantastically with someone that you work with. You seem to generally feel very valued and appreciated in the workspace around this time, but it's not just reflected in your relationships with others, it's also reflected in your bank account. Could it be a day to put your prices up? Yes, absolutely. That also. 8th of January, Venus conjunct Mars. I feel like this is a day when you are quick to spend money. You might be quick to spend money on a few things, on health matters. So maybe you need to go to your dentist appointment, but also on something connected with children. Maybe you are keen to buy them presents or to buy something for them that you know is useful, that they're going to make use of for a long time. You could also be paying for some things that are kind of your guilty pleasures. So you are in the mood to spend, and spend you shall by the looks of it. 9th of January. Also, maybe a couple of days before, a couple of days after. So you're going to notice that there's an overlap with the previous harmonious kind of aspects. We have a Sun-Mars conjunction. So we have a Mars Cazimi in opposition to Jupiter. So this is where I believe the energies could go in a few different directions. You might have a big, massive fight. So that's the not so pleasant direction. You might have a big, massive fight with someone over a financial matter and decide to call it quits. So you might decide to stop working with your financial advisor, or you might decide to stop collaborating with someone that feels like family, potentially. You might also decide to approach a family kind of like expenses or private life expenses differently. So maybe let's say you live with someone. Maybe it's not your spouse. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe you live with a roommate. You might sit down and you might be very kind of like blunt and direct and tell them, hey, listen, I've been paying for XYZ. I've been buying all of the detergent and I am done. You also need to contribute to us purchasing household items. Is it going to be a difficult interaction? Very, very possibly. But I feel like you've reached the end of your tether, so to speak, when it comes to a financial matter, and you have to confront someone. You can't just keep on giving, keep on giving, keep on giving, keep on giving. Speaking of keeping on giving, you're probably no longer going to be giving to someone. There is also equally the possibility that someone might say to you, hey, I've been helping you out. I've been there for you. You've been having a hard time. I've been contributing to your life from a financial standpoint, and now's the time for you to be fully self-sufficient. So equally, you could get that sort of energy from someone on the financial front. Last but not least, I do believe you are fundamentally disagreeing with someone on a matter of values, and it could be connected with family values, it could be connected with financial kind of values. And to me, it looks like it's not worth this blowing up into a big fight, although it could, into a big argument. I think it's important to acknowledge that everyone's got their own set of values, they're entitled to them, and we don't have to convince anyone that we're right and they're wrong. 15th of January, Venus trines Uranus. Things are flowing surprisingly well in the workspace. Things are moving along really nicely. Collaborations in the workspace are moving really nicely. This could also be a good day to go to any sort of like doctor's appointment. Let me just double check that it's happening on a weekday so that I don't give you random days on a weekend and then you tell me, Rux, I can't go to my dentist appointment on a Sunday. Oh, okay, there you go, 15th of January. And you might also feel the energy the day before and the day after. This is a Thursday. Fantastic. So yeah, go to your dentist appointment if you have to. The reason why I keep on saying dentist is because Venus is transiting Capricorn, and in medical astrology, obviously, please take this as entertainment, insight only, and as entertaining insight only. This is not medical advice in any shape or form. You are completely responsible for your health and your medical decisions. Capricorn, energetically, because it's ruled by Saturn, is also associated with health-wise, teeth, skin, bones, the sort of like the hard kind of like structures of the body. So 15th of January, go to the doctor. It's going to go well. It's money well spent. 17th of January, Venus goes into Aquarius, and we're going to have a grouping of planets in Aquarius later this month. So you're probably going to really enjoy from the 17th of January until the 10th of February. You're going to really, really enjoy learning in a work setup, talking to people in a work setup, in a professional setup. You're probably going to read and learn and talk a lot, not just about work, but also about health-related matters. And I feel like you're going through some aha moments, some moments of enlightenment when it comes to your health. And as a result of maybe the things that you read or the conversations that you have over the next kind of like 3 weeks, you might even change your habits from a health standpoint, because someone is being very persuasive and they're sort of like bringing you to their side, possibly, but maybe it's also based off of what you read. Relationships with neighbors, colleagues, siblings, cousins are probably going to benefit from this transit. So they're probably going to experience an improvement of some sorts. The sun will also trine Uranus on the 17th of January. I feel like you're very inspired by the work that you do, and you're also inspiring others through the work that you do. And you are confident and you know what you're doing, and you're kind of keen to be the actor for transformation and for change and for innovation in the workspace. New Moon in Capricorn, 18th of January, fresh start financially. I like this. I really like this because the new one is trine Uranus. So this can bring in a fresh start from a monetary perspective. Maybe you're getting a new job. It's probably a better paid job. Maybe you're getting in like a new client that's going to pay a significant amount of money. It does feel very exciting because it looks like you're going to be making money in a novel way that allows you to utilize your skills differently, that allows you to kind of use your abilities in an innovative way. I also believe you're literally getting paid to innovate, to maybe transform structures that are kind of outdated. The new moon is also conjunct Mercury and Mars. I feel like this is the time when you are making decisions to operate differently from a financial perspective, maybe to reallocate your budget, to maybe be more intentional about where your money goes, where your expenses go. Do you invest? Do you not invest? Do you put money aside? Do you put money in your pension pot? So I feel like you're getting organized financially around this time. I also believe that you're getting a significant boost from a self-esteem and self-worth perspective, Sagittarians, around this time. You're feeling competent, you're feeling like you're gonna do well in a position of authority, and you are keen and eager to kick things off, to prove that you've got what it takes to make things happen, especially from a work standpoint. 19th of January, Mercury trines Uranus. You're coming up with the innovative solutions in the workspace, but I also feel like you are probably by chance, maybe finding out something or hearing from someone, piece of information that is very useful to you somehow from a health perspective. There's also a possibility that maybe you wanted to book an appointment with someone on the health and wellness front for some time, and they were always busy, they never had time, or they were like super hard to reach. And alas, somehow you managed to book that appointment around the 19th of January. Well done you. Woohoo! 20th of January, the Sun joins Venus in your third house. So there's going to be a lot of focus on writing, reading, speaking, communicating, and short distance travel for the next month. Mercury is also there. So you're going to be talking a lot with people in the professional setup. I also believe that you're going to be very focused on reaching out to your counterparts, on reaching out to business partners, to potential business partners, to potential collaborators, roughly for the next month. I also like the fact that Mars is trining Uranus on the 20th of January. I'm going to be really straightforward, and this energy is active the day before and the day after as well. To me, it feels like you really know why you're special around this time, why you're kind of standing out from the crowd in a good way, what sets you apart. And you are feeling this sense of kind of urgency, and you're feeling very confident and really strong when it comes to taking action aligned with what you want, aligned with what's important to you, based off of this feeling of, I got this, I'm good at this, I know what I'm doing, I'm in charge. Speaking of being in charge, you seem to do very well when you are in charge, especially work-wise, around the 20th of January, maybe also a day before and a day after. 21st of January, Mercury Cazimi, a fabulous, fabulous, fabulous day to do one of the following, or several if you want to. Buy something, especially anything of an Aquarian nature, such as a phone, anything technological, a gadget, a computer. Also a great day to take an exam, to sign a contract, to make a presentation, to hold a speech, to schedule an important interview, to sit down with a partner and talk about your future, to talk about education, to sign up for a course, to sign up for a class, to invest more in your education. You also seem to have major clarity in regards to the big picture of your life, especially relationship-wise and career-wise. Sagittarians, I like it. I really like it. 22nd of January, Mercury conjuncts Pluto. Novel information is coming to the surface, but maybe it's not actually new information. Maybe it's just information that was buried and hidden. It could be that you also decide to disclose some hidden information, and it's probably going to be like the type of information that maybe makes or breaks an existing set of circumstances, such as your relationship with your boss. Mars goes into Aquarius 23rd of January all the way until the 2nd of March. Once again, I feel like you're going to put a lot of energy into short distance traveling, reaching out to people, reading, writing, speaking in public, taking the lead when it comes to educational matters. I do believe that it would be wise, especially around the 27th of January, give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after, to not rush whilst you are in a car. There is a Mars-Pluto aspect in the sky. This can make things a little bit more accident prone. So you might be in a rush. You might be kind of like intently focused on reaching your destination. And I don't like Mars and Pluto together. I'm just going to be very straightforward. I mean, yes, it can give you this sort of like laser focus, like super kind of like sharp focus on making something happen. But if you ask me from a transportation perspective, from a travel perspective, it's not ideal. So do keep that at the back of your mind. There might be an incident anyway on the road around the 27th of January, so maybe make an alternative, like maybe have a backup plan in terms of how you plan to reach your desired destination, so to speak. I gotta say this. Mars is also the ruler of your 5th house of children. They might have something that they disclose to you around the 27th of January if you have kids, connected with their education, connected with their experience in the educational setup. And Pluto might always bring to the surface topics that are a little bit difficult or taboo. So for instance, your child might tell you that someone, I mean, God forbid, but they might tell you that someone's been bullying them, and you might kind of go like an arrow to the school to address this. I think it is important to speak in a calm manner. Speaking of calm manner, there are conflicts and arguments very, very likely to happen around the 27th of January, based off of major disagreements. And these could have something to do with children, the topic of children, but also with love and romance. Speaking of love and romance, hidden information or hidden developments could also come to the surface around your romantic life. I feel like you've got to own it if this is about yourself, but if this is about someone else, oh boy, are you going to be angry. And my major recommendation, Sagittarians, is to not say anything foolish or to not say anything that could backfire, because you might be in the mood to really kind of hit someone with your words. So again, purely with your words. Neptune goes back into Aries, 26th of January. Why do I say it goes back? Because it already entered Aries in 2025, from the end of March all the way until, let's see, all the way until the end of October. Neptune comes into your 5th house, and it basically for the next few years, for a long time, it's going to dissolve. I want to say some of the kind of like existing structures in your 5th house. So maybe old passions, old hobbies are not going to mean that much. Maybe you're going to have aspirations in new directions when it comes to passions and hobbies, but also when it comes to creative projects. Lots of changes. More to come in the spring of 2026, happening also on the romantic front, but we're going to address those as and when they come along. And of course, 29th of January, this is actually a really nice day. Mercury comes together with Venus, a very pleasant conversation as possible. You might have a really lovely conversation with a friend or within a community of people. You might feel really heard. You might feel like you're on the same page and you are able to find a middle path between you and someone that's been kind of like an opponent or an adversary in some shape or form. Maybe not in a direct manner, but maybe in an indirect manner in a work setup. So do take this opportunity on the 29th of January, maybe even the day before, to I was about to say to talk about peace, or to have a conversation that will lead to peace in your life. And that is Sagittarius. Now let us go on to my dear Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. Capricorns, what a month. What a month January is. I feel like I've been saying this over and over and over again, but boy, it's a good month for you. Like, I'm just gonna go out there and say it. I really like it for you, Capricorns. My favorite days, okay, I'm gonna be super unorthodox about this. My favorite days for you, Capricorns, are the 6th of January, when we have a Venus Cazimi in the sky in your 1st house. Superb day for your sense of self-worth, your self-esteem, your love life, for your career. A superb day, 6th of January. I also like the 15th of January when Venus trines Uranus. I also like the 17th of January when the Sun trines Uranus. And these are both, again, 15th and 17th, fantastic for romantic matters, creative matters, dating, fun, enjoyment, entertainment, all of that jazz. You deserve to have some fun, Capricorns, because you work so hard. And it is still Capricorn season, so it's kind of like, I mean, maybe you're a Capricorn rising, maybe you're a Capricorn sun, but it might still feel like you're sort of like in the spotlight. So loads of things are going on around you. I definitely like the new moon in Capricorn on the 18th of January. And also the 20th of January, when Mars trines Uranus, when you might be taking very kind of like exciting and inspired and unexpected action in relation to, let's say, your goals for the future and your home and family life. And to me, it looks like you are acting as if you've been struck by a lightning bolt of genius. It's like, bam, I'm enlightened. I'm going to do this. I know exactly what I need to do. I'm going to move fast. I'm going to make things happen. And the coast is clear for you maybe to achieve one of your big goals, Capricorns. But let's go back in time. Let us go back in time and let's start with the 1st of January. I've given you some of my favorite days. I generally really, really love January for you. 1st of January, Mercury comes into your first house, your house of personality, life direction, and so on, which is actually a very enjoyable transit because it might feel like you have a much easier time all the way until the 20th of January to find your words, to find the right words at the right time, to speak in public, to speak about the things that inspire you, to share your thoughts on work matters, health matters, to share your thoughts on philosophy, spiritual matters, cultural matters. Speaking of cultural matters, you might genuinely feel this urge to go to, I don't know, cultural events, to go to the theater, to go to the museum, to attend exhibitions. You might also feel very inspired to travel or to do something related to travel, such as book a holiday. So I really like this transit. Mercury, however, is also the ruler of your 6th house. You might be thinking a lot about your health. And I do actually believe it's a good idea to focus on your health, not necessarily from a place of, oh, this is wrong, and I've got this issue, and there's this problem, and oh my God, so many challenges health-wise. No. I believe it's a good time to focus on your health from the perspective of, hey, is there anything that I can improve? Are there any changes that I need to make? Do I need to work with someone to do better health-wise? I mean, for a lot of people, I imagine there's room for improvement, let's say, on this front. 3rd of January, full moon in Cancer, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Big aha moment when it comes to an important relationship in your life. Now, this could be an important relationship that reaches a milestone on the personal front. It could also be that a professional relationship reaches a big kind of like aha moment. I feel like wherever things are sort of like headed, you're content, the other person is content as well. It looks like everyone has won in some shape or form. It also feels to me like things are growing and evolving on a very, very large scale for your partners, Capricorns, especially Capricorn risings, especially if you are in a relationship, but also if you're in a business partnership, things are kind of like growing and evolving in a positive direction overall for these other people in your life, Capricorns. Could this be the time when some Capricorns maybe take their partner out, present them to the world, and so on? Or could this be the time when a relationship becomes official? Yes, very possible. I did mention the 6th of January, Sun conjunct Venus, one of my favorite days. I mean, Venus Kazemi. You are very confident. You're very confident in your worth. You're very confident in what matters the most to you, what is really, really valuable to you. It feels like you're really standing out in the best of ways, Capricorns. You're standing out in the best of ways career-wise. You're standing out in the best of ways in terms of who you are as an individual. People see you, they admire you, they want to be like you. And I know that there's this kind of like tendency for especially Capricorn risings to have this self-deprecating approach to life. This is not the time to be self-deprecating. This is your time to shine. You are definitely shining, and you are very appreciated and very admired. So bask in it for a little bit. I mean, why not? It's very, very well deserved. 8th of January, Venus conjunct Mars. I feel like you're really enjoying around this time, maybe physical activities, playing sports games, and such. I also believe, let's see. This could be the time when you decide to take action on a fun matter connected with maybe your friends. So maybe you're looking to organize a trip with your friends and you're like, okay, I'm gonna book the plane tickets, I'm gonna book the hotels, I'm gonna organize the itinerary, etc., etc. This could also be a time when things get, how should I call them, hot. From a romantic standpoint. Venus and Mars are the celestial lovers, and I do like the 8th of January. Let's see what day this is, what weekday this is. Oh, it's a Thursday. I do like it when it comes to dating. I do like it when it comes to being intimate with someone, and I also like it when it comes to making a move on the romantic front. So if you wanted to invite someone out, go for it. That's just my recommendation. 9th of January, maybe also the day before and the day after. Some would say a couple of days before, a couple of days after. The Sun conjuncts Mars in your first house, but it opposes Jupiter. Now, Jupiter, my lovely Capricorns, in your chart, especially for Capricorn risings, Jupiter is the ruler of your 12th house and of your 3rd house. I believe that this day can result in a major sort of like face-off with someone. Maybe someone that you did not expect to have a major face-off with. So you could have a major fight, a major argument. There could be this kind of like big conflict that erupts with a sibling, a family member, a friend, a partner, any and all of these. Generally, you seem to be in opposition with someone on this day. Someone seems to stand at the complete kind of like opposite extreme of what you stand for and what you believe in and how you see things unfolding. And they might really, really challenge you. And they might challenge you with kind of like very emotional like arguments. And they might have a very strong emotional reaction to whatever it is that you say and however you approach things. So they might say things like, you're very cold, you're uncaring, you're insensitive, you are not thinking about me. And you might say things like, no, but this is the goal and this is what we planned. And it's been already decided. And we've been working towards it for a long time. You might also feel like you're in a position to dominate the argument and to dominate the direction in which things unfold. But I would be very careful with this person, because even if you manage to dominate them for the time being, there is basically a possibility that they might hold a grudge for a long time against you. And like I said, I don't like the fact that Jupiter is also the ruler of your 12th house. They might turn into a little bit of a hidden enemy and try to sabotage you further down the line. So just be mindful of that. Just be mindful. 15th of January, Venus trines Uranus. Lovely day, romance-wise. In terms of creative inspiration, you're really inspired. It does look like you come up with very kind of like unexpected approaches when it comes to your creative projects. A very good day also when it comes to children. If you're looking to maybe do something fun with your kids, this is definitely a day to do so. I also like the 17th of January for the same kind of like reason. 15th, 16th, 17th, like 17th of January, really fun days, potentially very romantic days, and also days in which things go maybe surprisingly well when it comes to the topic of children, especially if you've had a bit of a harder time with, if you have kids, with your children being more kind of like rebellious over the past few years. Venus goes into Aquarius, 17th of January, and it's going to stay there all the way until the 10th of February. Now, this is lovely, because there's going to be a lot of action in Aquarius, Capricorns for you for the rest of the month. Venus is the ruler of your 5th house and of your 10th house. What's going on? Essentially, it looks like you're attracting money towards you. And it also looks like you're being very valued and very appreciated for what you bring to the table in a professional setup. You might feel very valued by your boss, by figures of authority throughout this period. You might also feel like spending money on matters connected with children, love, fun, entertainment, creative projects, but also connected with your status and reputation. So you might invest in, I don't know, like new clothes or something along those lines, because you want to show up in the world in a way that kind of is beautiful and inspires kind of admiration and feelings of such nature. New moon in Capricorn, 18th of January. I did mention this. This is in a harmonious aspect to Uranus, in a harmonious aspect to Saturn. It's conjunct Mercury, it's conjunct Mars. Oh my God, Capricorns, you are on it. So you've made a big decision, or you're making a big decision. You're like, this is what I'm going for. This is the direction in which I'm headed. I feel confident. I feel decisive. You seem to feel decisive. You seem to know what you want exactly. You are communicating it to the world. You might be making some big decisions when it comes to your health, your physical body, your appearance, taking care of yourselves, but also when it comes to your life direction. And you are very proud of yourselves for that. I feel like there is a twist here. So the new one is in a harmonious aspect to Uranus, which is the planet of the unconventional, the original, the unique, the unexpected, the shocking. So this big decision and this sort of like path that you're embarking upon, that you're very happy with, that you're very content with, could be shocking to some people. So maybe you let people know, hey, I'm handing in my resignation and I'm going to focus for the next year on writing my novel. That could happen. That could absolutely happen. You could also feel like you're in the spotlight for all sorts of exciting new reasons that people did not necessarily ever envisage you being in the spotlight for Capricorns. So maybe you're surprising them. Maybe you're surprising them because you are way more creative than they thought you were. Maybe you're surprising them because you're announcing... This could also happen, by the way, Capricorns. This is a very exciting time. I will just say it. Take advantage of it. Maybe you're surprising the world because you're announcing that you're in a relationship with someone, and let's say you were single for a long time and finally you've decided to give love a chance. And it's all very exhilarating, dare I say. This could also be a fresh start when it comes to your relationship with children. This could also be a fresh start when it comes to you finally sort of feeling brave enough to do the things that make you happy. And I salute you for that, Capricorns. I'm a massive, massive, massive believer, like side note, I don't know if anyone cares, but alas, kind of like talking to you Capricorns. I'm a Capricorn moon, by the way. So I kind of like know a little bit what it feels like to have some Capricorn energy. I'm a big believer in being first and foremost true to ourselves in this lifetime. And in all lifetimes, actually, because when we do things that are true to ourselves, that are in alignment with who we truly are, when we don't do things because of peer pressure, because of other people's expectations, because other people or society or whoever wants us to do them, when we do them because we feel it in our heart of hearts that this is it for us. And it doesn't have to be easy things. It can be really hard things. It can be very tough choices. But when we are true to ourselves, we can finally relate to others from a place of authenticity. And I think that's the purpose of life. But hey, getting all philosophical here, let's go back to your January forecast. Mercury trines Uranus, 19th of January. Unexpected good news, maybe coming from a romantic partner or a child, or maybe even someone that you work with. This could also be the time when maybe there's an unexpected opportunity to go out, to have fun. You might all of a sudden bump into someone and just kind of like have a great time with them when you're out for drinks after work. And then 20th of January, the Sun and Mercury go into Aquarius in your second house. Lots of focus on money, finances, budget, expenses, and so on. And what is truly valuable for you, my dear Capricorns, for the next month. Give me 1 second. Oh God, I'm navigating between so many tabs open. The Sun is the ruler of your 8th house. I feel like you will have some payments that you need to make from the 20th of January for the next month. Also 20th of January, Venus conjuncts Pluto. This is a very important time because it looks like your value system is going through a dramatic kind of like rebirth. What is valuable to you now is probably massively different from what was valuable to you in the past, Capricorns, especially when it comes to love, romance, children, and even your career. Mars will trine Uranus. I did mention that already. 21st of January, we've got a Mercury Cazimi in your second house of values and income. So really, really good news on the financial front, but also a time of great clarity as to what is truly worthy of your energy, your money, your finances, and so on. A fantastic day to sign contracts, a fantastic day to make a payment for anything, to make a big purchase, to talk about getting a raise, to potentially also, I mentioned this, to potentially also make a big purchase connected with either your work or your education or an element of travel. Mercury conjuncts Pluto on the 22nd of January. There could be some hidden information coming to the surface when it comes to your financial situation, but you might also realize after investigating, after doing some digging, you might realize, hey, my money's been going in all of these weird and random directions that I now need to completely cut out of my life. I also feel like you're finally prepared to talk about some of the things that are very important to you, but that maybe you had a little bit of like fear around bringing up, Capricorns, because maybe you thought, how are people going to react? How is the world going to react? I don't think you're afraid anymore. Mars goes into Aquarius, also in your second house of income, until the 2nd of March. Lots of expenses, but also lots of drive and motivation to make things happen financially. You're probably going to go after your goals. Mars is also the ruler of your 4th house and your 11th house, which tells me that you might have quite a bit of money to spend on home matters, family matters, property matters, but also when it comes to making things happen from a goals and objectives perspective. The Sun is also conjunct Pluto at the same time. To me, this looks like you are finally kind of ready to transform your approach to the topic of debts, other people's money, other people's resources, but also your approach to investments. There is a possibility, by the way, this is not financial advice, that you might kind of like cash in some of your investments. I will just say. And on the 26th of January, Neptune comes back into Aries in your 4th house of home. It's already been there from the end of March 25 until the end of October of 2025, and it comes there to stay for a good few years. Saturn's going to come there as well. We're going to talk more about this in February and March, my dear Capricorns. But do know this, the structures of your existing home life are going to go through some major shifts and processes of dissolution, let's say, over the next few years, and it all begins this year in 2026. Do be mindful of where your money goes on the 27th of January, maybe a couple of days before and a couple of days after, because you might be so kind of like intently focused, so obsessed with kind of like buying something that you might end up overspending. There's also a possibility that you are so obsessed with achieving something, achieving a goal, that you do not care about anyone else and who else is getting in the way. Now, who am I to question your obsessions, Capricorns? We all have them. Our obsessions. But make sure that you potentially sit down and also talk to people if whatever it is that you're planning to do affects them and affects their future as well. You might also feel very strongly about cutting someone out of your life, especially an old friend. And I do believe you might also confront them around this time. 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I feel like this could be a time when you enjoy spending money on beautiful things, on pleasure, enjoyable things, parties, but also maybe on your education, on a class, on a course. And your kind of very strong approach to something seems to have softened a little bit, which is maybe a welcome shift. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings, what does January have in store for you, my lovely Aquarians? Well, I can tell you this, you are going to be in the spotlight. You are going to be the stars of the second half of the month. Especially from the 20th of January onwards, when the sun enters Aquarius. Mercury is going to be there as well. But before that, there is actually a lot going on behind the scenes for you. So let's kick it all off with the 1st of January. Mercury goes into your 12th house in Capricorn, especially for Aquarius risings. And Mercury is the ruler of your 5th house and of your 8th house. So to me, it looks like you might actually enjoy spending some time away from the world. You might potentially take some time off, enjoy some well-deserved rest. If you don't take any time off, then it may feel like life pushes you to take some time off. Especially I'm looking at the full moon on the 3rd of January, which is also active 3 days before, 3 days after. This full moon puts the spotlight on your health axis. And if you haven't been taking care of your health, if you haven't been resting, if you haven't been sleeping enough, this full moon is saying, hey, you gotta stop that. you gotta go to bed. You gotta sleep. You gotta sleep all 7, 8, whatever hours, all the way through the night. You can't just keep on pushing and working and doing and being busy at all times. So I would encourage a little bit of time off, if possible. Before Mercury goes into Capricorn, it is going to square Neptune. So I do believe there might be a little bit of like confusion around the 1st of January when it comes to a financial matter, maybe something that you paid for on behalf of someone else. Maybe you paid for like a friend's, I don't know, like dinner or drinks, and they did not pay you back. Before you get upset, my recommendation would be to just ask them, say, hey, have you forgotten to pay me back for whatever it is that you paid on their behalf? I did mention that the 3rd of January is the time of the full moon, is the date of the full moon. This full moon indeed puts the spotlight on your health sector, and you will probably know, hey, this is what I need to take care of. If you're waiting for any sort of like results, if you are waiting for, I don't know, the doctor to call you and to say, hey, I've gotten back the results of your blood work, of your tests, you are probably going to hear back from them. This woman is also saying, if you have been ignoring any symptoms, if you have not been taking care of your health maybe as much as you could have, now's the time to, well, I feel like now life is pushing you to take care of yourselves a little bit better, Aquarians, especially when it comes to food, nutrition, nutrients, making sure that you don't have any deficiencies, but also when it comes to paying more attention to the subtle messages that your body is trying to send to you. Obviously, this is not medical advice. Please take it as entertainment only. This full moon can also bring big news and big developments when it comes to your work sector. If you have been working on anything over the last 6 months, actually, you might see the full-blown outcomes, the full-blown results around this time. I do believe this full moon brings with it a culmination work-wise, potentially also when it comes to the people that you collaborate with. So there is a possibility that some people might be leaving your team. There is a possibility that you might be leaving the team. So some Aquarius risings could be handing in their resignation. I feel like there's some major restructurings happening in the workspace, but ultimately this seems to be for the better, in your case at least. I mean, I am talking to you, Aquarians. Whatever's going on work-wise, I would see it as a nudge forward. I would see it as a nudge into the future, into a better future professionally, into a future where you can further develop yourselves, into a future that helps you kind of like grow and expand skill set wise, but also in terms of financial compensation. Some of you could be offered a job around this time. Some of you could also be offered a new role around this time, but it does feel a little bit like a, what's the saying, like a lateral move type of thing, as opposed to stepping up the ladder. Nevertheless, even if you do make a bit of a lateral move work-wise, I would make sure that you are paid sufficiently, and I would make sure that you get a raise, a bump up of some sorts, because you are very nicely aspected in that regards. The Sun conjuncts Venus in your 12th house on the 6th of January. Probably one of the best days to just get away from the world, enjoy some well-deserved relaxation, maybe enjoy a trip away. So maybe you can go away for I was about to say for the weekend, but I realized this day is actually on a Tuesday. So probably not for the weekend, but maybe you can go away for the week. I mean, I don't see why not, Aquarians. If you go away with someone, it is probably going to be very relaxing and very enjoyable, and it is probably going to feel like you're getting to know them from a different standpoint, or you're getting to know another side to them. There is also, however, a possibility of you getting a lot of clarity around the 6th of January as to what partnerships, relationships, collaborations, and when I say relationships, I don't just mean romantic, I mean partnerships and collaborations also. You might be very, very clear on which of these you are ready to let go of. 8th of January, Venus conjuncts Mars. Lots going on once again behind the scenes in your private life. I feel like you want to talk to someone, you're reaching out to them, but you don't want to be too obvious. Someone might reach out to you, but again, they're trying not to be very obvious. They're trying to be subtle in terms of the message that they're sending across. And that might actually lead to you being a tiny, tiny, tiny bit confused, if I'm honest. So if you're in doubt as to what the real purpose of their message is, or what the real sort of undertone or meaning of their message is, I would just call them out. I'd say, hey, tell me, am I getting this clear? There's also a possibility that you could be taking action behind the scenes yourselves, Aquarians, especially when it comes to a matter connected with either your home life or your career sector, or both. You seem to be aware of the fact that you need to be very careful who and what you disclose to, because not everyone is your friend, even though you are probably friendly with a lot of people. But you're also not their friend either. You're just being friendly and polite. 9th of January, also active. I want to say a couple of days before, a couple of days after, but especially the day before and the day after. The Sun will conjunct Mars in your 12th house, and it will oppose Jupiter in your 6th house. Now, to me, this says one big thing. There is a sort of like intense, strong possibility of something reaching a crisis, reaching a culminating point health-wise. Now, if you've been taking care of your health, if you've been going to your regular checkups and appointments, then this is probably not going to be that big a deal. On the other hand, if you've been ignoring your health, if you've been powering through your work, if you haven't been taking breaks, if you haven't been focusing on what is healthy and what is sort of ready to be let go of from a health perspective from your life, Aquarians, I gotta tell you, this feels like a bit of a wake-up call. And it doesn't feel like a friendly wake-up call. It feels like a big sort of like jolt. It's like you can't ignore the symptoms, or you have to do something about this. I also believe there's a possibility you might have a significant conflict with a colleague, a coworker. It could also be with maybe a friend that you used to work with, and you might decide, I am done. I've had enough. I'm done. I'm going to walk away from this. I am going to call it quits. Now, you might call it quits, not necessarily when it comes to the job. You might call it quits when it comes to collaborating with this person. You might decide you've had enough. You might also decide that you've had enough when it comes to working with a health practitioner. So I don't know, I keep on giving this example. Your dentist might piss you off, and you might say, okay, why am I still here? Why do I keep on giving second chances when clearly we're not on the same page? It also seems to me like you might be on a different wavelength with someone when it comes to how a job should get done. And I don't necessarily believe you're going to reach an agreement around the 9th, 10th of January, maybe also the day before, the 8th of January. You are probably going to reach an agreement a little bit later. Let's see when. Oh gosh, maybe, well, from the 17th of January onwards, if I'm going to be very straightforward. 15th of January, Venus trines Uranus. Pleasant surprises making their way to you from a family member. Someone might surprise you with an impromptu kind of trip. They might be all of a sudden on your doorstep saying, hey, I've traveled all the way from, I don't know, whatever distant city you've got relatives in. And even though you are not prepared, I do believe it is genuinely a lovely, lovely, lovely surprise. I also believe you can improve your relationship with family members around this time if you're basically open to see them in a new light, to seeing them in a new light. 17th of January, Venus comes into your first house. This is a beautiful transit, probably one of my favorite transits. We can always count on Venus to bring in the beauty, the love, the peace, the harmony, the pleasure, and all of that. And on your end, Aquarius, from the 17th of January until the 10th of February, this might manifest as you feeling very good in your own skin, you feeling really valued, really appreciated, you feeling very good about yourselves, especially when it comes to, well, I want to say, let's see. Your place within the family, your role within the family, you might genuinely feel very loved and appreciated by family members throughout this whole period. You might also feel very good about yourselves in terms of being aligned with a greater moral code. And maybe that sounds super abstract, but you have to remember that Aquarius is an air sign. And air signs really, 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 really care about principles. I mean, I'm not saying that air signs have the best principles. What I'm saying is that they care about principles, okay? So they're going to do things that they feel are in alignment with their principles and worldviews. I also believe you're probably going to feel very kind of admired when you go out into the world. And this is generally a lovely energy when it comes to romance and dating, but it's also a lovely energy when it comes to interacting with other people. You might feel like people come to you, they gravitate towards you. 18th of January, new moon in Capricorn in your 12th house, conjunct Mercury, conjunct Mars, and trine Uranus. I feel like this is a fresh start for you, Aquarians, when it comes to releasing things from your life that no longer serve you, releasing things from the house, doing a major purge, a massive, massive cleanup. You're like, get rid of all this stuff that we are not using, donate it, recycle it, repurpose it. You are also clearing out, from a more symbolic standpoint, material from the past, emotional, psychological, mental baggage from the past that has been weighing you down and that potentially has been holding you back, that's been causing you to self-sabotage, that's maybe been affecting in a negative way your relationship with family members. I love that you're letting go of this. I love that you're seeing the way forward. And I love that you're being very practical and pragmatic about it. Some of you could also be preparing, Aquarians, around this time to exit an existing home situation. You're like, fantastic. I am relieved of this pressure, of this burden. I no longer have to live in this place that has mold. Now, maybe you're not necessarily announcing this to the world just yet, but I do feel like you're quite swiftly making moves in this direction that feels very liberating somehow. I feel like you are also in a very good place, in a very good position from a financial perspective to clear things out of your life that no longer resonate with you, that no longer are in alignment with your values, with how your maybe value system has changed over time. So that seems to give you a lot of trust in being able to make these changes. And last but not least, you might also focus a lot more on your mental health around this time. You might invest in it. Some of you might start therapy. Some of you might start working with someone on the spiritual kind of healing level of things. And I gotta say, it really seems to work. Mercury trines Uranus 19th of January. I also like this because there could be unexpected news, but surprisingly good news making their way to you when it comes to a family member, when it comes to a loved one, a child, but also maybe when it comes to the property aspect of your lives. And then the sun comes into your first house on the 20th of January, and you are energized. You are probably feeling a lot more vitalized than before. If you've been feeling a little bit low in energy until the 20th of January, well, fret not, Aquarians, because the sun is coming in to shine its rays onto you, and the sun is associated with life force, so your vital force is probably going to go upwards. Venus is also going to conjunct on the 20th of January Pluto in your first house, and I feel like you're ready for a major transformation on the home front, on the personal life front, but you might also reveal things to the world that have to do with your personal life, especially your romantic life, and the world might be like, oh my god, we are shocked. Why didn't you tell us? Where is this coming from? I feel like you've been strategically holding back this maybe revelation. Mars will also trine Uranus. You're moving fast. You're moving in a very kind of like inspired manner when it comes to all of the things that you're taking care of behind the scenes. Then 21st of January, we've got a Mercury Cazimi. This is beautiful for speeches, public presentations, sharing your thoughts in the world, especially when it comes to creative matters, your creative projects, your passions and hobbies. You do seem to have a way with words, especially around this time. In general, you have a way with words when Mercury is transiting your first house, and that's going to happen from the 20th of January all the way until, let's see. All the way until the 6th of February. But you seem to be extra eloquent on the 21st of January. If you need to take a test, if you need to undergo any sort of examination, written, spoken, I would do it on the 21st of January. 22nd of January, you might be the one kind of like dropping bombs, verbally speaking. So you might reveal a very important information that's going to change things, that will shock people, important information that's been buried or hidden. You might bump into buried information and start sharing it with the world. Mars comes into your first house. I did say you're going to have a lot of energy towards the end of the month. Mars comes into your first house on the 23rd of January. It's going to be there until the 2nd of March. You are going to be a machine, a powerhouse when it comes to both energy levels, drive, stamina, ability to take decisions and focus on action. Career-wise, this might feel like a very exciting transit because Mars is the ruler of your career sector, and you might be very motivated to get things going, to get things done, and to take the lead and to take action from a professional standpoint. The one thing that I will say though is 27th of January, 2 days before, 2 days after, Mars will conjunct Pluto, and I would be cautious here. I would be cautious with anything that could hurt you from a physical standpoint. Especially I'm looking at sharp tools. I'm looking at any tools that use electricity. I'm looking at any tools that are hot. So I would be careful with heat and, like I said, all of those other kinds of tools. I would not rush into fixing anything of an electrical nature because there is a risk of things malfunctioning and of essentially things going south in this direction. I would also be very I would be cautious. The reason why I'm chuckling is because you're probably going to feel so sure of what you're doing around this time that it might feel like there's no room for caution. And here I am, yet again, asking you to be cautious. You're probably going to want to take some really kind of like intense, decisive, all or nothing action around this time, around the 27th of January, such as calling out your boss possibly on a very sensitive matter that could essentially, I don't know, destroy their career. If you do make these kinds of moves, Aquarians, I would do it in a very strategic manner because there's no going back. There's literally no going back after this kind of action. And I'm not saying that it's a wrong kind of action. That is for you to decide and judge. But what I am saying is do not just jump in. You might also feel ready to take a major risk, a major leap of faith around this time, an all or nothing leap of faith. And ultimately, I believe that your mind is kind of made up already. Neptune goes back into Aries on the 26th of January in your third house, and it's already been there as of the end of March of 2025 until October of 2025, and now it's kind of like coming there to stay, and it's going to bring in new areas of focus in terms of education. It might alter the way that you communicate. It might adjust the way that you communicate. And 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus. You're probably going to really love talking to someone, expressing your views, your opinions. You might feel like your views and opinions and your knowledge is sort of like very valued and appreciated in public. It's a great day to talk about partnerships, to maybe negotiate with someone, to mediate a situation. And I feel like you are way more soft-spoken on the 29th, and you have a much more diplomatic way of delivering, even a harsh truth, than if you were to deliver it around the 27th. So maybe wait until the 29th, but that is completely up to you, Aquarians. My dear Pisces, Pisces suns and Pisces risings. January of 2026 has got news for you. I've got news for you. Loads of good things coming together, if you ask me, beginning of the month and actually all the way until the middle of January. Then the focus generally kind of like shifts towards things happening behind the scenes in your life, Pisces, but also development circumstances that potentially you did not see coming. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's just that you did not foresee these things being top of your mind. 1st of January, Mercury goes into Capricorn all the way until the 20th of January. You're probably going to think a lot about your plans for the future. You're probably going to talk to the right people in order to make things happen. You're going to start having the right conversations. I would, however, not talk about any of these things on the 1st of January specifically, because on this day, Mercury also squares Neptune. Things might feel a little bit murky when it comes to your career direction. 3rd of January, active 3 days before, 3 days after. A reason to celebrate, a moment to celebrate. An exciting development, I dare say, when it comes to you completing a project, a group project. Maybe also when it comes to you inviting friends over to celebrate something that's got to do with your love life or with children. Maybe your partner is getting pregnant. Maybe your child has accomplished something big and you're inviting their friends over and they're coming in with their parents, and it all becomes this like big celebration at home. Maybe you're going to someone's home to celebrate something. And again, you're surrounded by friends. You're surrounded by like-minded individuals. This feels like a bit of a dream come true, I will say, Pisces, especially Pisces risings. Now, I did mention news of pregnancy. That is possible. I also believe that if you are single, this could be the time when something comes together from a romantic perspective. Maybe unexpectedly so, but maybe part of you kind of saw it coming. So maybe you've been hanging out with a group of people and you've noticed that someone really likes you, and around the 3rd of January, it sort of like feels super obvious, and it's also obvious that you like them. So you kind of like take that leap and you say, okay, come on, let's start dating. So there is this kind of like fun energy in the air, but also possibly romantic energy in the air. If you're already seeing someone, if you're in a relationship, you could go out with your significant other, invite friends. And again, we go back to the celebration aspect. Sun conjunct Venus in Capricorn in your 11th house on the 6th of January. Probably one of the best days of the month. A fabulous day to reach an agreement when it comes to goals and plans for the future, together with someone else, maybe together with an important business partner, maybe with someone that brings in the money, an investor potentially. Speaking of investments, this could be a great day to apply for a loan, for a mortgage, or for someone to back up your ventures. This could also be the time when it's very clear where you want to be headed together with your significant other in terms of what is it that you want to achieve together? Do you want to buy a house together? Do you want to invest in, I don't know, like anything else together? Do you want to start a family? Do you want to do something together with a family? So there's a very kind of like strong focus on practical goals and endeavors together with someone else. And it does feel like you are in alignment. Is it also a good time to go out into the world? Maybe to attend something significant for you professionally, maybe like a big conference or like a big event, bingo. Bingo, bingo, bingo. It is a very good day. Oh, sorry about that. Venus conjuncts Mars on the 8th of January. I feel like this is still a fun day together with friends. You're going out, you're having fun. Maybe you're taking the lead and saying, come on, let's go here, let's go there, let's do this. This is our itinerary for the night. It feels like there could be also a little bit of like sexy, kind of like romantic relation. Not romantic relationship but romantic energy in the air. Maybe some of you are single, maybe some of you are committed, but I feel like there are some vibes in the air with someone. Maybe with one of your friends, maybe with one of your, well, colleagues, possibly. Does it feel a little bit dangerous? Yes, it does feel a little bit dangerous. I'm not saying you should do anything with it, but I'm just making you aware. There could also be an experience of sort of like friendly competition with someone, and I do believe friendly competition is always a great motivator. So 8th of January. Now 9th of January, but also I'm going to say day before and day after. You might also feel it a couple of days before, a couple of days after. The Sun conjuncts Mars, and it will oppose Jupiter. Now, technically, this could have some positive ways of manifesting, or some easier ways of manifesting, and I also have to make you aware of the fact that this could be a little bit ugly. How? Ugly how? So I'm giving you a heads up. It doesn't mean that it has to come to life in this exact manner. You might have a very public sort of argument with a friend or a child if you have children, or a colleague, or I'm thinking of maybe like an educator or like a teacher or like a professor, someone that you feel is in the wrong when it comes to a matter connected with either your education or your child's education. You might call someone out in public. You might call your child's, I don't know, teacher and say, oh, my kid was bullied in school and you did nothing, even though my kid told you about it. So I feel like there could be a very kind of like public denouncement. Now, maybe this is not ugly. Maybe I sort of like characterized it the wrong way. Maybe this is necessary. If it's necessary, then dial it up. If it's not necessary for this to go sort of ballistic in public, then I don't know, just keep that at the back of your mind before you call anyone out. There is a possibility that someone might call you out because Jupiter is your chart ruler, or they might call your child out and you might feel like you need to defend them, or someone might call out your romantic partner and you might once again jump into their defense. And I don't know if that's going to sit very well with everyone, because let's say you defend your romantic partner and your partner says, hey, I could have stood up for myself. You did not have to do that. So there is a possibility of like your intentions being misunderstood or kind of like misrepresented. I would not, I repeat, 8th of January, 9th of January, 10th of January, maybe even 11th of January, I would not do anything dangerous. Even if it feels fun, even if it looks fun, even if your peers are doing it, even if your friends are doing it, even if your friends are saying, come on, just do it. It's going to be fun. Let's go bungee jumping. I need to come up with like a better example. Don't feel like people are going bungee jumping every day. If it feels dangerous, I repeat, maybe it's better if you do not engage. Is there going to be pressure from the outside? Yes. Will people try to pressure you and maybe even like force you a little bit into accepting the challenge? Also, yes. Should you stand your ground? Also, yes. So consider yourselves warned, Pisces. 15th 15th of January, Venus trines Uranus. I like this. This is a great day to go out, catch up with friends, talk to people, attend social events, especially if they've got an element of networking, sales, if there is any sort of like professional aspect to this whole thing. 17th of January, Venus goes into Aquarius in your 12th house until the 10th of February. And I gotta say, throughout this period, my recommendation would be to maybe find the time to take a few days off. Take a few days off if you can. There is a possibility you might enjoy being on your own a lot more throughout this period. There's also a possibility that there might be things going on behind the scenes with your siblings, your cousins, your colleagues, your education, but maybe also when it comes to matters that have something to do with finances, and especially debts, taxes, loans, etc. The sun will also trine Uranus on the 17th of January. You seem to have an aha moment regarding how you can move forward with a big kind of like plan for the future, especially on the work front. And you also seem to feel very lucky to get the help and the support of a friend at this point in time. New one in Capricorn, 18th of January, really nicely aspected to Uranus, really nicely aspected to Saturn, and conjunct Mercury and Mars. This is beautiful, Pisces. Okay, so you're setting massive new goals for the future on the financial front, on the professional front, on the home and family front. I feel like you are starting to work together with someone who's going to help you achieve these goals. You're maybe part of an organization, you're part of a community, you're setting the foundation of a community yourselves, Pisces. Maybe you're kind of like being welcomed within a new team, within a new community, and these people mean business, and you also mean business, and guess what? You're gonna do great business together. It's exciting because I feel like you're on the cusp of something very big that you've worked towards, but that's kind of like now entering a new stage of development. It will still take time. It's a new one in Capricorn. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, but you feel like it's going places, and you feel like it's sort of setting you up for maybe even like years to come. It's a great time to talk money. It's a great time to talk shop. It's a great time to sit down with people, present them your views, present them your plans, maybe even take the lead when it comes to this group type of project or goal that you're involved with. You seem to be very persuasive, and your words really kind of sway people in the right direction for you at this point in time, my dear Pisces. Schedule important meetings, important calls, important talks. Get together with the right individuals around this time, and don't forget that you have been preparing for this for a long time. You are ready. Your experience also seems to set you apart in a very good way. I love it. I'm just gonna say it. 19th of January, the really exciting and unexpected positive conversations continue around this time. You might also inadvertently bump into friends or kind of like find people when you were not necessarily looking for them, but they seem to come into your life in a serendipitous manner to help you move things along in the direction of your goals and plans for the future. And then on the 20th of January, the sun goes into your 12th house. So again, more focus on what's happening behind the scenes, maybe on your mental health, also on what needs to be let go of. Also 20th of January, Venus conjuncts Pluto. You are finding something out about someone, and I don't know if it's the most palatable of things. I don't know if you're finding out that they are just kind of like a lovely person that likes to hang out on the weekends, I don't know, at different charities or whatever. No, I feel like you're finding something out that could be, let's call it juicy. Maybe it's not juicy in a good way. Maybe it's a secret that they've been trying to hide. Do your due diligence on people. That is my recommendation, Pisces, especially from the 20th of January onwards. And there is a possibility that you might not even need to do any due diligence whatsoever. That information might find you, and you might decide, hey, based off of this, I don't know if I really want to work with this person, or I don't really know if I want to kind of like keep them in my life. Mars will trine Uranus. Things are really nicely moving along financially also on the 20th of January. Maybe you're making a big purchase. I do believe you're taking action once again in the direction of your goals and dreams. This could also be a great day. 20th of January is actually a great day to travel. I do want to put it out there. Even the day before also. So 19th, 20th of January, fantastic days for traveling. 21st of January, Sun, Mercury, Cazimi in your 12th house. You seem to finally realize what's been holding you back when it comes to making progress at work, but also when it comes to making progress health-wise. You might find out that someone's been sabotaging your work. You might find out who that person is. You might find out what the kind of like issue was at work with maybe a topic that's been giving you headaches a little bit earlier this month. This is also a very, very good time to talk about the matters that feel difficult and heavy and to kind of like get them off your chest. Same goes for the 22nd of January when Mercury conjuncts Pluto. Now, when Mercury conjuncts Pluto on the 22nd of January, I believe things are coming to the surface in connection with either your partner or your business partner or a family member in general. They were hiding something from you, but maybe it was not intentionally. Maybe they just felt sort of fearful or ashamed of divulging that. Whatever hidden information you encounter, I feel like information is finding you. It's making its way to you. Maybe you're investigating. Maybe that's why you're finding out things. Use it very, very wisely because it could really change someone's life. For better or for worse. Mars goes into Aquarius also in your 12th house until the 2nd of March. Again, lots of action happening behind the scenes. Unexpected expenses, I will say. 27th of January, I did mention Mars conjunct Pluto, not my favorite day of the month. Also 2 days before, 2 days after is when it's active. I would not travel around the 27th of January. I would not travel on the 27th. I would not travel 2 days before. I would not travel maybe like at least a day after. You can travel from the 29th of January onwards, if you ask me. The reason why I dislike the 27th of January is because there could be accidents. There could be incidents that completely throw things, any existing sort of like schedules, like out the window. Mars-Pluto can bring up sort of like a violent energy that's been kind of hidden, that's kind of like trying to be subtle until it sort of like hits its target. And because Mars is also the ruler of your 9th house of traveling, oh God, that's why I believe maybe it's not the best time to travel. If you can help it. If you can help it. If you cannot help it, I would be extra observant and attentive to your surroundings. Also, 27th of January, 2 days before, 2 days after, there's a possibility someone might try to steal something from you. It could be your wallet, but it could also be your passwords. It could be someone trying to hack into your email, into your bank accounts. So if you notice any suspicious activity, I would act on it straight away. Block your card, change your password. Do not wait. 29th of January, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I do believe you're feeling a lot more relaxed about some of the things that maybe have come up from the 20th of January onwards. You're feeling more relaxed in terms of having access to the right solutions, in terms of people coming in and helping you. If you need any support with any kind of unforeseen problems, it does look like you can reach out to people around you and they're going to be there to kind of make things smoother, make things a lot easier for you. You might also talk about some difficult topics that are, again, maybe hard to open up about with someone, and you feel very seen, you feel very understood, you don't feel judged. You can also do the same for someone else in your lives, Pisces. It could be a reciprocal thing, and it feels like a very kind of like beautiful energy of releasing the burden of something, at least from a mental perspective. And that is Pisces. Folks, I want to thank you for tuning in for your January horoscope. Don't forget that if you want to work with me, you can book my services. You can book an astrology consultation with me via my website, which is written in the stars-astrology.com. The website is also in the pinned comments and in the description box. If you're active on Instagram and on TikTok, but mostly on Instagram, I spend more time on Instagram, I'm going to be really honest. I want to share my Instagram handle, which is Rux Unbelievable in one word, Rux Unbelievable. It's the same handle on Instagram and on TikTok. I do want to clarify that. And I only have one account on each of these. If my content is interesting, if it's useful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, share it, like, subscribe, comment. Let me know how the month has been unfolding for you. And don't forget that if you want to add the most important dates with descriptions to your calendar from this forecast, there is a website called Astro in Calendar. I've left it in the pinned comment and in the description box. Astro in Calendar. You can subscribe and you can put in your rising sign, and it will automatically populate your calendar. Whether you use Google Calendar or Outlook or whatever calendar you use, it will show up in your calendar as kind of like important events. And if you click on it throughout the month, it's going to give you the exact description of what I've basically walked you through in this general monthly forecast. So astroincalendar.com. Thank you once again for tuning in. Have an amazing month, and I will see you next time.